For those of you, the upperclassmen who've been with us before, this is obviously an event we usually have in the fall. We moved it to the spring this year, just like everything else in our lives. COVID, changed up our way of doing things, but we didn't want to go through a school year and not have it. And we can't be more excited about, what we have going on today. First starting off with Jay Harris and then moving into our speakers, our individual breakout speakers. So we'll be with you for the next couple of hours doing all sorts of really cool things. But we'll start off with Jay Harris for the first hour. But before we get to Jay, I want to introduce, obviously, a familiar name and face. Everybody who's jumping on, I'm sure, knows Dean Boardman. And I know Dean wanted to say a couple of things today. So I'll introduce Dean Boardman. When he's done, I'll throw it back to me, and then we'll open up to Jay, and we'll talk all about, all sorts of questions. Try to get to as many questions as we can today. I know you guys have them for Jay, and I'll explain how we're going to go through all that as we move forward. Basically, also, we want to let you know that John DeCarlo and I will be kind of moderating this first hour. John and I will come in with questions here and there as well, in addition to your questions as attendees. But again, we'll talk about that in a couple of minutes. But let me introduce Dean Boardman to you, and we'll get things started.
Great. Thank you, Professor Fine. Welcome to everybody. Thanks for being here with us for the 9th Annual Temple Sports Media Summit. As Professor Fine noted, this is our very first and frankly, I hope our very last virtual version of the summit. But while we wish that we could all be together in person, this year's version allows us, because of technology, to more easily bring together a really spectacular all-star lineup of expert speakers. As Dean of the Klein College, I'm delighted that so many of our students are here, and I'm grateful to have so many sports media stars here to share their wisdom and experience. This year's speakers touch just about every aspect of sports media: broadcast, print and digital journalism, advertising and public relations, social media, and live production. As many of you know, we've brought all of those disciplines together this year at Klein, and we're going to be offering for the first time a certificate in sports media that can enhance your degree as you pursue your dream in this field. Klein College has this great tradition of producing sports media legends, among them Claire Smith, who is actually in the audience with you today, Ray Didinger, Merrill Reese, John Kincaid, Mel Greenberg, Terry Taylor, Rich Lerner, Kevin Nagandi, Dick Weiss, Harvey Pollack, Howard Bryant, Mark Zumoff, and one of today's speakers, Jon Slobotkin, among many others. And this will be elevated even more by this new sports media certificate program. Today's event is going to be broken up into 3 parts. Our keynote speaker, Jay Harris of ESPN, will lead things off. You'll hear more about Jay in a minute, so I'll just say we're so fortunate and grateful to have someone as highly respected as he is, and one who has touched every aspect of ESPN's programming. After Jay, and what I'm sure will be a lively question and answer session, we'll move to specialized breakout sessions featuring some of the most accomplished and respected people in their fields, from radio hosts to global advertising executives, public relations specialists, sports agents, experts in diversity and equity in these fields. And then the third hour will be specifically for incoming and prospective students who want to learn more about what Klein College and Temple have to offer. To our current students, I hope you recognize that getting to interact with experts of this caliber is really a remarkable opportunity. And I want to thank Professor Fine and Professor Jon DeCarlo for doing such a great job of pulling this together, and for the superb instruction that they and our other faculty provide in this area. I wish I'd had such an opportunity when I was in college and dreamed myself of being a sports media star. I pursued a career in journalism largely because of my love of the sports page, and my very first journalism job was as a part-time editor at a magazine called Pro Football Weekly in Chicago while I was attending Northwestern University. Ultimately, though, I became a news reporter and wound up ultimately as the editor of the Seattle Times. When I decided to come here to Temple 7 years ago, the toughest part of deciding to make the change was that I was letting go of my dream to someday assign myself to cover the Seattle Mariners for a season. So today, my sports journalism career is confined to debating with @SixersAdam, a freshman at Klein, on Twitter. I want to again thank our speakers for giving so generously of their time, They don't get paid for this, and they're doing it just to help you students. And I want to wish you all a great conversation over the next 3 hours. Thank you, and back over to Professor Fine.
All right, David, thank you so much. So let's get right to it. Let's not waste any more time in introducing our keynote speaker for today. For those of you, Jay Harris, obviously a veteran anchor, and I'm sure everyone knows the name and the face. He's been on so many different ESPN shows, including This is Sports Center commercials, which I just spent this past couple of days just kind of trying to find some of the ones that he's been in. If you want to get paid per word, check out the one that Jay did with the New Jersey Devil near the elevator, which is not a lot of words in that one, but one of the funnier ones you will see. So, but you see Jay most notably on Sports Center, came to ESPN in 2003. But before that, and something we will talk to him about, he was part of many different different stations, different platforms, not just TV, but also radio. He spent some time in Pittsburgh and Norfolk, Virginia. And then back to some news about him on ESPN, part of 2 different Emmy Award-winning efforts in 2004, 2005. And one cool thing that you might not know about him that I think we could talk about for an hour straight anyway would be his love of golf and the charity event that will make him smile. I'm sure he's talked about this tons of times. Back in 2014, I guess in Las Vegas, hitting an ace in a charity event. And with that, won a car, right, Jay? So I don't know who got the car, if it was his son or how that worked out. I think that's definitely worth a story at some point.
I had forgotten all about that.
Jay. Say again?
I had forgotten all about that.
Did you? Okay, well, I think that's worth talking about today a little bit. So Jay, we'll talk about that. We'll joke about that. That's probably a great memory for you. But again, an avid golfer in addition to all the other things that you do. So this is how we're going to work things out today. John and I will try to help run this today. We have more than 150 people on board already. So there's 2 different ways we can ask questions today. You guys can, you could ask a question by throwing it into the Q&A, and then John and I will read that question out loud and Jay can respond. If in fact, though, you want to ask questions, straight to Jay and not have us dictate that question, you should feel free to do that. And what you can do is raise your hand, hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of the screen. And what we can do is we'll see that you'll pop right to the top of the list. And then what we'll do is we'll call on you and you'll feel free when we call on you to just tell us, tell Jay who you are. We won't see you, but we'll hear you. And, throw your question in there. Make sure it's a tight question so we can, move on and get in as many questions as possible. And with that, why don't we start out with John? I know you want to kind of start off things today. You can get that first question in. That'll give people a chance to, think of some questions. Raise your hand. We have an ESPN anchor, a guy who's been in the business for 30 years. We got him cornered for the next hour. So let's, we'll probably take Jay until about 2:15. So make sure you get your questions in. Don't be shy today. Okay. But John, you want to start things out?
You had to go to 30 years thing. You just had to say it. That's okay.
Yeah, well, you've got a lot of good things to talk about over those 30 years. So I think it's all worth it, isn't it? So
it is.
Okay.
Thanks, Matt. Jay, obviously a lot of people know so much about you. They can watch you on TV, but just to take things back a little bit, can you tell everybody today when you maybe first knew that you wanted to do this and what motivated you to get into this field? Was it something that you thought about as a kid? Was it something a little bit later in high school? When was the seed kind of first planted for you?
I took a career aptitude test when I was in the 11th grade and I scored well on the area of interpersonal skills. And I looked at the jobs underneath the category and journalist was, I think, the 3rd one down. And I said, okay, that's what I'll be. That was pretty much it. I was on the yearbook staff at the time. I like to write. I like to talk. I love watching the news, watching sports. So I figured journalist, that's a good career path.
So we have a question in the Q&A already. We can, Matt, you want me to read this out?
Yeah, sure. This is from Anish Sandor, a current junior in high school. And one thing I should mention to you, Jay, is that I didn't mention in the beginning, but I think it's worth talking about, is that while this is the Temple Sports Media Summit, we do have a lot of students, prospective students in high school, maybe thinking about Temple, who have already maybe accepted their ticket to Temple, their seniors in high school, and also some professionals, maybe newly graduated, college into the professional world type journalists out there. So you're going to get a wide range from maybe like what you see here with Anish, maybe a 16, 17-year-old, all the way to someone maybe well into their 20s. So that's something that we're really excited about today. But Anish, a current junior in high school, and the question is, what do you consider the best thing about the field of journalism?
I get to tell stories about really cool people. I get to go into their world, learn them, and I get to explain what they do to an audience who wants to know. I get to cover cool events. I get to do a lot of things that I'd probably do for free. So that's what I really enjoy about this stage of my life in the field of journalism.
Another question that we have in the Q&A part, I want to keep on calling it chat by accident. But
There's a phone. My phone is ringing. Hold on a second. Hopefully,
Okay.
yeah, someone. No one got it yet. Hopefully, someone will answer that in just a second. Now, go ahead.
there you go. Okay. Yeah, I think that this is something that I know a lot of people think about and want to know. They see you on the air and they think, oh my gosh, that's the best job in the world. And it very well is. It's one of them, I would imagine. But it's also a hard job. So and one of the questions I have from Juice Jackson, who's one of my students, by the way, he says, can you take us through, there might not be such a thing as a typical day per se, but what a typical day at ESPN might be like for you, from the time you would get up to the time you're getting ready for a show, you do a show, and maybe some of the other elements of the work that you do, maybe outside of SportsCenter.
There's a typical day as far as getting ready. Like tomorrow morning, I'm on at 10 with Hannah Storm. So my goal is to get there 6:30-ish. First of all, I'll get up at, what time will I get up? 5:30. Give myself about an hour to shake the cobwebs out, take a shower, all that stuff. Drive to work, actually grab a suit, drive to work, pick out my tie, pants if it's just a jacket, or my shoes or whatever, because it's a visual medium. So I kind of take pride in trying to look nice on the air. And then I walk over to the newsroom and say hi to the producer, the coordinating producer, the director, and everybody else who's in there, socially distanced now, and log on to the computer and get into the rundown. And the producer has probably stacked the rundown. Actually, if I check my email, there's probably an email string going on right now with ideas for tomorrow morning's show. So whatever I'm assigned to write, that's what I do until it takes about an hour to write an hour show. Tomorrow will be a 3-hour show, some repeats, some new stuff folded in over the course of the morning. So we'll write all that, talk about segments with analysts, any interviews that we might have, go over questions, get some breakfast, change my clothes, put on makeup, walk to the set, pre-record the tease before the show, maybe, or do it live, depending on what time we're running. And just go. The light comes on and Hannah and I say, welcome to SportsCenter. We got some stuff to tell you. And that's a typical day. But again, it's not typical because you never know what's going to happen. I've been in situations before, especially when I used to do the 6 o'clock show that Kevin does now, where we would do what I just said. We would write the whole show, get everything done, walk over to the studio, and some breaking news would happen, and everything is, now we're going from a scripted show to an ad-lib show. You just never know. We are at the mercy of breaking news.
How often does that happen where your A block is just kind of thrown out the window 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour before? Is that something that's happened 5% of the time, 50%, obviously probably not 50%, but does it happen enough that you almost are waiting for it on some days? You know it's going to, that's a possibility.
Yes, it happens enough that you're always waiting for something to happen. Once it happens to you the first time, then you just expect it.
We got a question. We got a bunch in the Q&A, but let me go to someone who put one who actually raised their hand. So I think it's Eden, but Eden, I'm not sure. Castile?
Yeah. Hi, it's
Something there.
Eden Castile. And Jay Harris, it's an honor to be able to ask you a question. A really great opportunity. So my question. So this is Let me restart. I'm sorry. Uh,
Take your time, man. Take your time.
I'm just excited. I am a 17-year-old senior at Springford High School, which is about 45 minutes out of Temple. I committed to Temple a couple months back, and this has been something I've aspired to do. What you do is something I've aspired to do for so many years, and I have done. The way I see it, the competitive nature of this field, you have to do everything in your power to make yourself stand out, because if you're not going to be the best, then you're not going to be able to reach that big break that you want to accomplish. So, I've done, I commentate for school games. I'm a lead commentator. I have my own sports show on YouTube that I don't have a lot of viewers, but I do it anyway to get experience.
What's your question, man?
My question is, what did you do to get to your big break? Like, what can I add to my resume that helped you get to your big break?
I can't answer that question. That's funny. After all that, I can't answer that. I don't know, because it's different for everyone. You could do quote unquote everything right. You could have 6 internships. You can do all the networking. You can make all the calls. You can do everything that you're supposed to do. You could start your own blog. You could have your own show. You could do all of that stuff and still not find a job because of timing, because you might not want to go to a particular geographical area of the United States or wherever. I don't know. You just do the best you can. You learn as much as you can, and you literally try to put yourself in the best position to succeed and hope and pray for the best. And sometimes you might have to make sacrifices. You might have to do some things you don't want to do. I always talk to kids who want to do sports, and I always tell them, don't sleep on news, because there are a lot more news opportunities than there are sports opportunities. There's a lot more opportunity for you to do live shots doing news and sports. You'll get an opportunity to tell more stories in news and sports because you just have more time, especially at the local level. A lot of sports has been phased out. So don't sleep on news. So for me, my opportunity came from working a telemarketing gig in Washington, D.C., and being inspired by a friend of mine who was working with me, who decided, she was also a communications major at a different college. She decided she didn't want to do this anymore. She wanted to move to Chicago and be the next Oprah. So I helped her move because she couldn't drive a stick shift, and she inspired me. So I got on the phone, called a buddy of mine that I knew from college, who was a morning news anchor, and he was a news director at a radio station in Portsmouth, Virginia. And I said, I want to do what you do. I don't want to do this. And he said, I can give you plenty of experience, but I can't pay any money. So I talked with my mom and dad, and they decided, if that's really what you want to do, we got you back for a couple of years, so go on and do it. So I took my 1 suit and my 2 ties. I quit my job in DC, making $16,000 a year, and went back to Norfolk to make 0, but to get a lot of experience. And that's how I started. But I was able to do that because I had people who were able to essentially bankroll me to a degree while I pursued my dream. A lot of people don't have that. So I was fortunate in that respect. And I also found a person who had an opportunity for me. Couldn't pay me any money, but he had an opportunity for me, and I took it.
Jay, we have a few more questions here in the Q&A, and some of them are kind of overlapping themes here. The next question is from Daniel Valdez, sophomore in high school. The question is, how long did it take you to get to where you are now?
Oh, good question. Let me count it up. I started radio for free. That was 89. First full-time radio gig was 91 in Pittsburgh. Then it was local and national radio. Some part-time TV between there. And then WPGH came into the market in 96. And I started there as a temporary reporter. So 96, I started ESPN in 2003. So from 89 to 2003, what is that? 14 years? Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it took me 14 to get to ESPN. Took me, graduated in 87, took me 2 to find a job that didn't pay me any money. And it took me another 2 to find my first full-time job in radio, not TV.
Thank you, Jay. Next question in the Q&A comes from Cosette Smith, senior at Temple. What helped you put your foot in the door come graduation time? Was it networking, interning?
Um, yeah, I didn't have my foot in the door come graduation time. I mean, I had done, and I'll be honest with you, I did not maximize my internship experience in college. I did not maximize my networking experience in college. Turns out I at least talked to the right people who eventually helped me along the way. But I didn't have a foot in the door when I graduated college. I had mediocre to poor tape that I made in my last class that I did at Hampton University, because Old Dominion didn't have a studio. So it was a consortium deal at Hampton. And I would send it out. And I got a lot of thin letters in return because it just wasn't very good. And then I decided to quit. I was done with it. And I applied for graduate school at the University of Maryland. And they told me no. I don't know why, but it was the best no I ever got. And my dad said, well, son, I guess you need to get back on the horse and keep trying. And so I did. So I didn't have my foot in the door, but my experiences helped me get my foot in the door.
Thanks, Jay. The next question comes from Alistair McDonald. Hi, I'm a senior, hi, I'm a Temple graduate working for WPH 17.
Mhm.
How important has networking been in your career? I know you were talking about that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, extremely. It got me my first gig. And then you get to meet people who are doing what you do. You get to plant seeds or friends all across the country. So as you move along, you have a job, you have someone to call. Hey, do you know the news director here, or the sports director here? Yeah, my friend knows them, blah, 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 blah. And you're just networking, just expands. So networking is really important. Keep doing it.
Next question here in the Q&A comes from Greg Starks. I like this one. It's something that we've talked about from time to time. I'm currently a senior in high school. My question is, how do you prevent yourself from burning out? I know that being a sports journalist can be a very demanding job. So how do you find that balance between your personal life and your work life?
You take it. You draw the line. When I come home, a lot of days, either I don't turn the television on, or I definitely don't watch ESPN. I'll do something else, because I will try to leave work at work. Now, in this field, I mean, with social media and everything going on, and just the immediacy of news, you can't do it all the time, but I really try. And I started earlier when I was in news, especially when our son was born, because I figured, you know what, I can't be at work all the time, because I'll never see this boy, and this boy needs me to see him, and he needs to see me. So I need to make sure that I am there in his face for him every day. So if that means not doing something at work or coming home and leaving work at work, work is at work, and it will be there when I get back.
Next question comes from one of our former sports editors at the Temple News, Jay Niemeyer. Jay's question is, how many and which of the changes in sports journalism or sports coverage that have been enacted due to COVID-19 do you believe will stick around long term?
A lot of the games being called from home instead of traveling to site, basically a lot of travel. That's probably it. I mean, a lot of things that we didn't think we could do remotely that we're doing now for a lot less money, that stuff is going to stay. The basic nuts and bolts of journalism and storytelling, that will never go out of style.
All right, let's move over to some of the verbal Q&A that we have. I'm gonna unmute Emily Cochran and she can introduce herself to you. Emily, you're up.
Hi, Jay. My name's Emily Cochran. It's super awesome to be talking to you right now. But my question to you is, I know you just explained that coming out of college, you didn't really have your foot in the door, somewhat of a level up coming right out of college. But in today's media world, what do you think stations are really looking for when it comes to standing out on a reel?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. One I'm not sure I can totally answer because I haven't asked people what they're looking for. But I can tell you from working with young folks who are putting reels together and going out and getting jobs, they're looking for the same things they've always been looking for: presence, confidence, the ability to tell a story, the ability to do different things in different areas, whether you're on the desk or out in the field, interacting with your co-worker on camera, all of the things that you see on television or hear on the radio, that's what they're looking for. So the more comfortable at that you can get earlier, the better you will be.
All right, let's bring in Adam Cronally, one of my students. Emily was one of my students too, so I see a lot of my students there. It's just great seeing a lot of these familiar names. Adam, you're up. Go ahead.
Hey Jay, can you hear me okay?
Got you, Adam.
Cool. So this is slightly off topic, but on your Twitter, your header is you as looks like a young kid playing drums.
Yeah.
I'm a drummer that's obviously switched to journalism. I'm a senior now. I just wondered, was there ever a time, I don't know the backstory of your childhood, if you even still play, but was there ever a time where you considered going into a different field like music instead of journalism, especially with, you know, how it started after college, where you had that little bit of time where, you know, you quit at one point, like you said, and eventually started reapplying? Like, just wondered.
Yeah, that kid playing drums in my header is my son. He's the drummer. And his dad is the bass player. And his dad actually took some time after school to go back to his boys in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, to his band and try it. It didn't work. People always ask me, what would you be doing if you weren't doing what you're doing? I'd still probably try to do that because music was my first love and I still enjoy doing it. Actually, started a cover band with my co-anchor Elle Duncan and some other folks at ESPN, or spouses of folks at ESPN. So hopefully after COVID, we can get that back going again because I still enjoy doing it.
All right, let's take another one from the Q&A. Charles McDonald, jump on in there.
Hello.
Hey, Charles.
Hi. I'm a junior at Kappa High School.
Okay.
And I was wondering, I like film and I want to go into film. I was wondering what you like about the producers and the filmmakers and cameramen in your, production and office.
Okay.
What makes you like them?
It's a whole different mindset from the film that you're talking about and what we do. Okay. But what I like about our producers, or what I find attractive in a producer, is someone who's a good communicator, someone who knows their talent, someone who is calm under pressure because things will break down. I hate it when we have breaking news or things going crazy and someone gets in my ear, my IFB, and my earpiece, and just doing this, doing all of this, and it's not calming because I'm the one who has to deliver or whatever and talk on camera. And if you're going crazy in my ear because you just can't handle the situation, I'm just going to take you out of my ear, and I'm going to try and do my job. So calmness, presence, knowing your folks, and a willingness to get dirty. To do some writing, to do whatever it takes, because at the end of the day, we're a big team and we're all working together.
All right, let's do one more here and then we'll move over to some of the questions that have been typed in. Kate Harley.
Kate, what's going on?
Hi, Mr. Harris. My name's Kate. I'm a freshman in high school in Atlanta, and I've recently gotten into sports broadcasting. And my question for you, this is, I guess, a little bit more of a fun question, but you're working with a lot of athletes. And so what has been the most memorable or entertaining encounter that you've had with an athlete?
Oh my goodness. I've had a couple. I had a really good chat with LeBron James when he won his second MVP, when I did the 6 o'clock show. We pre-taped an interview and he would not tell me where he was going. This was before he went to Miami because I had to ask him. I did. He wouldn't tell me. But we just talked about sports. We talked about is this a Sports Center commercial? We talked about a lot of stuff, kids, and it was an 8-minute interview. And normally you pre-tape an interview and they take the best 2.5 minutes. Didn't happen. We ran the first 4 minutes of the interview, took a commercial break and ran the next 4. We ran the entire thing because it was that good of a conversation. Counter that with an interview that I did with Triple G, the boxer, Gennady Golovkin, who obviously did not feel like talking to me on that day because he just was not, he just wouldn't play. he just, asked him a question about his opponent, and he said, I think he was really thinking ahead to fighting Canelo Alvarez. So the only thing he could tell me about his upcoming opponent was that his name was Steve, and he was a boxer. And then he stopped talking. And we did that. We danced like that for about 2 minutes, and it was the most painful and the most hilarious experience that I've ever had on television. One of my former Philly guy, Charles Barkley, texted me after that, and he said, "Man, that was the funniest bleep that I've ever seen in my entire life." And I was doing the interview, and Hannah Storm was my co-anchor. She was laughing during the whole interview because it was just that funny. So the experiences with the athletes run the gamut. Sometimes they're fantastic, and sometimes they're fantastical.
Jay, a couple more here from the Q&A portion of Zoom. This one is from Matthew Anderson. Hi, I'm Matthew Anderson, a senior at Temple. Wanted to know if you believe soccer in the U.S. is currently a growing or stagnant media market. Also, when ESPN produces soccer content, are they aiming for a globalized or American audience?
Probably more of an American audience. I don't know for sure. And man, soccer has been growing since I've been in high school. I think it's MLS gives it a little higher profile. My son enjoys soccer. He is admittedly a soccer snob. He'll watch, overseas Premier League, Bundesliga, everything else before he'll watch MLS. So I don't know if soccer will ever take a hold in America like football, baseball, basketball, those sports. It will be great. It's a great sport, but it's kind of like hockey, kind of a niche sport. Hockey's fantastic. Most folks just can't get with hockey. So if you want to go into soccer, just know that. I don't know if it's ever going to grow as much as soccer folks want it to.
The next question here, and I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. It's from Link Zandowitz. I apologize if I'm butchering the name here. Hi, Jay. I'm a current junior in high school. My question is, after college, what is the best next step toward being a sports journalist? Any jobs that I can take after college that will direct me to where I want to go?
If you're waiting until after college, you're too late. You need to start that now. In high school now. You need to figure out what you want to do and then go on your path and do that. Like if people say, I want to be behind the scenes, well, what do you want to do? Well, I don't know. I want to be a producer. Or I might want to be on the air. No, make up your mind. Which one do you want to do? And then you do that. You find the people that you like. Maybe you contact them, do informational interviews, find out their path. You do as many internships as you can. You volunteer. If you can work for free, you work for free. You do whatever you have to do to build up that experience before you get to the end of college. And then you're going, well, what do I do now? With technology, you can produce your own shows on your iPhone or your Android, because I don't want to diss Androids. You can do all of that stuff yourself. So do it. If you can't get a job, if you can't get an internship, just write on your own. Practice on your own, put it on YouTube, throw it on your social media, get critiques, whatever. You just do it. Don't wait till the end of college because you're too late.
Jay, actually, real quick follow-up for you, because I think it's interesting and important that you say that. A couple of years ago, when we had Howard Bryan at this summit, he talked about like finding that lane and specializing in it. Do you think that might be harder for today's college students? Because a lot of times they're told you have to be able to do everything. You got to be able to do everything, but then that can maybe kind of thin you out before again, you find that lane. Do you think it's a little bit harder today? Because when you and I were coming out of college, it was like print, digital, TV, radio, pick one, and it's kind of simple. Now there's so many different things that you have to be proficient at. Do you think it's a little bit harder to just find that area of specialization today?
I don't think so. And it's easy for me to say because I don't have to do it. But I mean, just looking from the outside in, I don't think so, because you need to experience everything before you can figure out what you want to specialize in. And so once you've experienced everything, I'm not an editor, I'm not a producer. Yeah, I want to be a reporter. That's when you hone in on it and you do it. And what we have to remember is it doesn't matter how many distribution avenues we have. I don't care if it's social media or the digital, whatever. The foundation is storytelling.
Mhm.
The foundation is writing and interviewing and all those things that I watched Peter Jennings and Brian Gumbel do when I was coming up, that I watch the folks do now today. It's the same thing. It does not go out of style. And that's what you have to concentrate on. And I know we're talking about sports, but I'll say it again. Don't want to be a sports journalist. Don't want to be a news journalist. Be a storyteller. That's what you want to be. So you can tell a story about the Philadelphia Eagles just as easily as you can tell a story about the Philadelphia School Board. Your storytelling, your craft, that's what you want to perfect.
Next question here in the Q&A comes from Jack Lynch. Question is, what is one of your most memorable moments from your career? It can be a certain segment, story, interview, or event.
It was cool when the boy was born and we got to put him on television. That was nice. I enjoyed that when we were in Pittsburgh. My photographer and I did a really cool story back in Pittsburgh. A woman whose loved ones' remains have been, some new technology had been found overseas and was coming back. And she allowed us, it was a big story, but we had one newscast at 10 o'clock and she allowed us to take more, we were able to take more time going through newspaper clippings and awards and this and that, and shooting it and lighting it and making it really, really special. And we presented the story that night, and she wrote us a letter saying how much she appreciated our care with her memories and her family. That always sticks out because people will write you and tell you that you suck all the time. They will call you names. It is just part of the gig. But when someone takes the time to write that you did something well, that sticks.
Another question here in the Q&A from Winston Harris, one of our Klein students.
My cousin Harris. What's up, Winston?
Winston's question is, what has been the highlight of your career? Kind of a similar question.
I don't know. I've had several. I mean, that the commercial with the New Jersey Devil, the This Is SportsCenter commercials, those have been fantastic. I count a lot of things that I do off the air as part of my career because my on air enabled me to say, I don't know, do a celebrity golf tournament where you get a hole in one and you win a car, but you take the money because you don't want the car and the extra tax bill, because that's what I did. So there's been a lot of highlights.
All right, let me take over here for a little bit. Got it on the raising hand portion, I guess, when people are I'm going to unmute them. We got a bunch of current students. We've heard from a lot of high school students, which is great, and so much from Georgia, which is awesome. But let me get to some current students we have here. Jesse's up. Jesse, you want to jump in?
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Jay, for taking the time. I'm a freshman MSP major, and I was wondering, with social media has made the average person's attention span so much shorter, how does a show like SportsCenter survive in the future?
By not sacrificing the storytelling, by being a place where people are entertained and informed. Again, whether it's SportsCenter over the air or if SportsCenter goes to ESPN Plus and it's all digital, just maintaining the soul of the show. You can get your headlines from social media, you can get your highlights on your phone, but if you feel a connection to that human being on the other side of the camera, that never gets old. It has never gone out of style with me. And I know I'm older, and that's what I grew up with. But even now, I look for connection when I watch television, and it's more fun watching it sometimes than it is on my phone. Yeah, this is just me, but if I can interact with that person, or if that person can make me feel like I'm the only one in the audience, that's when it's special. So that's what SportsCenter has to keep doing. And any other television program, to be honest with you.
Let's move over to Trevor Schmidt, another current student in Klein College at Temple.
Hello, I'm Trevor Schmidt. I'm an MSP. Thank you for speaking with us today. The question I had was, ESPN has a lot of strong personalities these days with many opinionated oriented shows. What would you say to people who might be discouraged wanting to become strictly a journalist in a channel where the majority of the audience want to see more personality and hot takes like Stephen A. Smith?
ESPN's not the only outlet. A lot of folks want journalists. So just don't look at ESPN. That's probably what I'd say. And I'd also say, again, don't sleep on news.
Dom Gillespie, one of my students, is jumping in here. Dom, go ahead.
Jay, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us today. We really appreciate it.
For sure.
My question to you is just kind of a basic question. Did you have like someone you looked up to in the business, like an idol or something like that? Maybe someone you tried to model your craft after? And if you did, why did you pick that certain person?
I had two people, Peter Jennings and Brian Gumbel. Peter Jennings could do no wrong in my eyes. I mean, he could did everything right. Breaking news, scripted stuff, interviews, whatever. And going back to the interview part, Brian Gumbel to me was the best. Just simple. He would just go, why? That's a great question, because it makes a person think and have to answer that question. No yes or no questions came out of his mouth. It was always who, what, where, when, why, how. It just, and I enjoyed watching because I got something out of it. So those two early on were the folks that I would try and model.
Okay, another question. This one comes from Ria. Pronounce your last name, Tuliani?
It's Tuliani.
Hey, I got it. Go ahead there.
My question is, what do you think has been the biggest change from when you started to now, like in your field?
Probably the social media, well, I take that back. Cable and social media. Because when I was coming up, we had 3 channels, PBS, 4 if you want to count PBS, and they all went off at night, and the TV went because there was nothing on to watch. But now there's something 24 hours a day, and content. People always want content. So that and the immediacy and the extra distribution and content that social media provides. Those are the biggest changes to me.
I'll take another question here from Ricky Turner, a current Temple student. Go ahead, Ricky.
Hi, Jay. It's a real pleasure to be speaking with you today. I'm a sophomore journalism student, and I'm just wondering how important is it to create your own style of reporting and broadcasting?
I think authenticity and doing you and being you is the ultimate goal. It is finding yourself. That's the interesting part. It took me a while to find out who I was and what made me comfortable and all of that stuff. But yeah, authenticity that's very important.
Let's go over to some of the ones that have been typed in for you, Jay. Nick Neistat, current Temple student. Can you explain the process of moving from a smaller market like Pittsburgh or Norfolk, which in the grand scheme of things are not terribly small markets, but they're not national TV like ESPN? Can you talk about, jumping from, what would be a 20 or 30 type size market? New York is #1 for people to know, Presque Isle, Maine's like 215 or whatever it may be. Pittsburgh's in the 20s, Norfolk's in the 20s or 30s. What's it like from jumping there to ESPN national?
I don't really think. The only thing that got me, honestly, was figuring out that I didn't have to be a sports encyclopedia, that we had a fantastic research department at ESPN. So if there's something I didn't know, they could have it for me like that, even if I was on the air, because there's a researcher assigned to every show. That was the only thing for me. The going from Pittsburgh to a nationwide audience, I mean, I had done that in radio. I went doing radio in local radio in Pittsburgh. The Sheridan Broadcasting Network at the time, it was the largest Black-owned radio network in the country, which is now American Urban Radio Networks. That's who I worked for. So I did their local news for 3 years, and I did the national desk for 3 years. I was on the air when the O.J. Simpson verdict came in. So, I mean, I had done that before. It didn't scare me. And here's the other thing. You're not talking to a national audience anyway. I wasn't talking to a local, I was talking to one person, one single person. I don't think about the audience. I think about making sure I communicate one-on-one. So all that stuff, it just doesn't matter. So don't even worry about it. Don't even think about it. Just do your job the best you can.
Jay, another question for you here. You've been asked a couple of different times, like, what's your favorite moment? But this is a little bit of a different twist from Trey Fox, who obviously thank you for being here, by the way, in this question. What was your most challenging day on the job at ESPN, and how did you handle something like that? I mean, you've been on the air through 9/11. You were in 9/11. You were at ESPN. You know, no, I'm sorry, you were in Pittsburgh for 9/11. Excuse me.
Yeah, that was a challenging day. That was when the plane went down in Shanksville, like 90 minutes from Pittsburgh. That was an interesting.
Yeah, right outside. So if you can talk, and that I don't mean to put that. I might have just compromised your thought process now. But if you can, you take us through. This is specific, I guess, to ESPN, and I just mentioned a Pittsburgh event. But what was the most challenging day for you at ESPN in particular? Is what Trey wants to know.
All right, I don't know if it was the most challenging day, but it's the one that always pops up into my head. It was a Saturday, July 4th, 2009. I was anchoring the 6 o'clock Sports Center with my buddy Mike Hill, who went on to FS1. And we had a 1-hour show. We were coming off the Nathan's hot dog eating contest that day, and we were going to have a fun show. We decided we were going to have an eating contest on the air. We were going to go to the cafeteria and get salads. Because we were going to be healthy. We were going to go eat hot dogs. We were going to be healthy. And our coordinating producer was scrolling through this new thing at the time called Twitter. And he goes, says here, this is as we're all sitting in the pod writing the show. Says here that Steve McNair died. Like, what? Yes, Nashville television stations reporting that Steve McNair died, the quarterback of the Tennessee Titans, the guy that I used to watch at Alcorn State just obliterate defenses, who finished third in the Heisman voting. I thought he should have gotten the Heisman. That's just me. So that turned our fun, let's have a crazy eating contest on the air day, 1 hour, to a Steve McNair is dead 2-hour show where it was all about what the hell happened to this guy who was just co-MVP of the league with Peyton Manning. So that day sticks out because it can go from here to here, just like that.
Topic from Jade Bramwell, something we haven't talked about, but I was hoping we would touch on this with not just one question, but maybe a few thoughts and topics. Is being a Black journalist, do you believe your experiences as a journalist have been or are different than your white counterparts? And obviously you can also talk about the other side of that, just covering, when you started in this industry, Jay, in the, we're talking like 80s, 90s, and the 2000s, sports, and for lack of a better way of saying it, stayed in its lane. Obviously that doesn't happen anymore, where there, now we're talking not about you as much as we are talking about how you cover it and what these sports leagues are now doing and the players are now doing. But just for you being in the middle of it on a daily basis, what's that like for you?
I never really thought about it, to be totally honest with you, because I wasn't just a Black journalist. I'm Black, always have been. So it's just my life. It just is what it is. I'd always been told that I had to be extra better, if that's a saying, than my counterparts, my white counterparts, to be noticed, to get a job. I knew once I got into the field, if I was applying for an anchor gig and the co-anchor was Black, depending on the market, I wasn't going to get that job, because there were markets, and probably still are, that, well, we have representation, we don't need any more. There's that feeling. As far as what you mentioned now, with people having more of a voice and letting that voice be heard, yeah, I think times change, but I think people have always let their voices be heard. We just now have more outlets for those voices to be heard, especially with social media. So like I always tell folks, this is not new. It's just now. It's just our version. But we keep reliving history, just in different ways with different distribution modes. And I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, no, it was good. I was hoping we get something like that. I think it's important for you to talk about that, being in the position that you're in.
I tell you what, here's another thing though.
Yeah.
What hasn't changed, all right, I can turn the television on and I can see representation. What hasn't changed in a lot of areas is the representation off camera, in the offices over in the hallway or in the executive suites. That's where change really needs to be made, because it's one thing to put folks of color on television. It's another thing to really want to understand the things that go into their daily lives and what they bring to a product and how they can enhance your product and how everyone can be educated, and how in a lot of ways, because of a lot of the segregation in our society still in 2021, white folks can get a better education listening to some black folks, just like black folks can get a good education listening to some white folks. I mean, it's just human interaction. So the more people that we have thinking diversely, the better.
All right, let's go to some other questions, some verbal ones on the right side of my screen, at least. Ramir, well, I'll go Ramir Vaughn, and then Joe Clark, you're on deck. Go ahead, Ramir. Yeah, I don't... All right, well, let's see here. Let's just see. We'll move down one. Joe, let me see here. Joe, you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Harris. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
You too.
I'm actually a senior at Roman Catholic High School right now. I have one great question that I struggle with a lot, and I want to ask you this. How do you get the motivation day in and day out to do what you do in sports journalism? Because I struggle with it a lot.
Man, you're too old to be struggling with motivation. I mean, too young. I'm sorry. My motivation? My motivation just ran in the room a minute ago to grab a rack to put his clothes on because he's washing his clothes. That's my motivation, because they get hungry, him and my daughter. They want to eat. They go in the refrigerator all the time, and someone has to buy the groceries. So I need to get up every day and make sure that I'm tight, I'm good to go, and I go on the air and I keep getting contracts because they are hungry all the time. They always want to eat, and my wife too. So whereas in the beginning I was doing it for me, now I'm doing it for them. But you're too young to be motivated, man. You got a lot of living ahead of you. You better find some motivation. Don't make me come motivate you myself, because you don't want like that. No, come on, man.
All right, let's go to one of my students. You've touched on this a little bit, but I think it's worth bringing up, and because Courtney's one of my students, I can't just, I can't move her down. So Courtney says she's graduating this semester, May.
Congratulations.
Be on the job hunt, and because she's been one of my students, she's going to find a job easily. But just in case, what was your job search like out of college, and what was the best advice you would have for those graduating? I think obviously things have changed a little bit from when you graduated, but a lot of things have stayed the same too. I think you've talked about those a little bit too. But maybe I'll play with this a little bit more. Maybe I'll add this a little bit more, because you see interns come and go. You see entry level people, kids 21, 22 come and go. What are you looking for? And when someone walks through the hall, or you talk to someone, you're like, that person, they're doing the right thing. I like their chances.
Passion, the ability to listen and not talk so much, and not know everything. The desire to be part of a team, and the desire to do whatever it takes to learn to be a better journalist and a better storyteller. That's what I look for. That's what I see. And someone who's focused. I've had a lot of folks, several come in as production assistants, doing shot sheets, doing highlights or whatever, but not really wanting to do that, wanting to be on anchors or reporters. And my message to them is, you need to leave. Don't stay here, because this is not what you want to do. Go do that. And they went and did it because they were focused and they had a goal. So goal-oriented, confident, all that stuff I just said, that's what I look for.
Another question that was in the Q&A from Miranda Chauvelin, an admitted student into Temple. So I'm going to guess that she is in high school right now, maybe a senior, going into sports journalism. And she has a dream of working at ESPN. But as we talked about what it's like being a person of color and what it was like for you, we haven't really touched on the female side, the gender issue. So she says, as a woman going to such a male-dominated and competitive field, how have you stayed resilient? How would you stay resilient in such a field? And you work with some of the best women in the business, obviously, if we have to break them up into male, females.
Stay strong, girl. Kind of, how should I say this? All right. The folks that, to me, that have lasted in this business, that have done well, first of all, they are fantastic at their job. So no one can say, oh, she's just a girl, she doesn't know anything. No. You make sure you run rings around whoever you need. You just know your stuff, first of all. Second of all, there's nothing wrong with some sister allies. Nothing at all. There's nothing wrong with some brother allies. Nothing at all. You just do you, and you shine. And I think the rest, theoretically, should fall into place. Try not to think about it, overthink it so much that it's first and foremost in your brain. You wake up thinking that. Just try to do your best, and then hit me back in a couple years, and we'll see what we can do.
Jay, another question from the Q&A. This is from Aaron Carty. Kind of a similar question to something you've answered before, but I'm sure you have a lot of memorable stories. And Aaron's question is, what is one of the most memorable stories that you've reported on? I know you've touched on a few of them already.
Man. You know, I think about this question because I get it a lot, and I still cannot remember all of the stories. Because I don't necessarily consider like big stories the stories. It could be the Warriors highlight the other day when Steph had 10 3-pointers. I mean, stuff like little things like that. I try to approach the job and the day letting everything live on its own. Every story, every highlight, every interview is the most important part of my day. So as I tick down the most important parts of my day, by the end of the show, I've had a pretty important show. And I have prioritized things pretty well for that show. That's what I try and do. And the next day I try and do it again. For me, there is never a slow news day. There's always something to talk about. There's always a better way I could have written something. There's always a better question I could have asked. So there are no throwaways. And every day is important. Every minute is important. Every second is important. Sounds cliche, but it is not. It is true. Think that way. Every second is important, especially in your prep.
Try to get to a couple more here. Next question from another one of our students, one of my former students in my class is Colin Summer, a junior journalism major at Temple. His question is, how did you find your voice in terms of talking on live TV, radio, et cetera? How did you figure out how you wanted to deliver stories?
It's a process. For me, it was a process. It's just experimenting. And it got to be less Peter and Bryant and more me. Taking chances, doing little. I like to have fun. I like to crack jokes. Dropping a joke on the set and, oh, that worked. Okay, I felt pretty good. I can do that. Sometimes they don't work. Oh well. And then you get to the point where you just do you. Stuart Scott told me that many years ago. Do you. And I don't know if anyone did him or her better than Stuart ever did. Just be your authentic self.
Another question in the Q&A comes from Alicia Mayo. Where are Black women in sports reporting, anchoring, and producing?
Where are they?
Mm-hmm.
All over. One's on maternity leave, Elle Duncan, she'll be back. We're losing a producer to the Black News Channel. They're all over. If you join the National Association of Black Journalists, you'll find a lot of them.
Another question here from Kate Harley. I'm a freshman in high school. I'm curious, sorry, I lost this here. What has been your most memorable, entertaining athlete encounter? I know you've touched on a couple already, but I guess you might have some others as well.
I would probably lean on the This Is SportsCenter commercials for those. I mean, walking around an office with Larry Fitzgerald and watching him catch things was pretty funny. Kicking a soccer ball with Alex Morgan and Hope Solo. That was pretty cool. Though I don't have one. I could sit here and just try to rattle off a bunch, but I know we don't have time for that. I don't have just one. There have been many.
Another one here from Ian Vela. I hope I'm pronouncing the last name correctly. Jay, what advice would you give to someone who wants to enter this industry but does not have a formal education revolving around sports media? Currently working in finance. I'm a Fox School business graduate. Do you know a lot of people in the field who did not have a formal education as a journalist but got into the field?
I probably do. I mean, my guy, Peter Jennings, he didn't even go to college. He was straight out of high school. So there's that. All your business experience, you could be a business reporter. Just practice your writing, start telling stories. If you have the passion and the desire and you really want to do it, you'll work at it. You'll work extra. I mean, at different various times in my career, I had 2-3 jobs at once. When I was doing radio and I had a part-time job in television in Pittsburgh, I'd work 7 days a week. And the TV job was overnight. So you do what you have to do to get the experience and to try and make your mark. So if you have an interest, go for it.
Next question comes from one of our speakers today, Ben Jankowski. Ben's question is, since you started in 1989, so much has changed. Technology and distribution channels have exploded. Could you talk about how your job has changed in the last 15 years and how to guide students for the next 10 years?
Okay. I get the question a lot and I have an answer. My job hadn't changed. My job every day is to be the best storyteller that I can be. And I know I sound like a broken record, but it doesn't matter if it's going out on ESPN over the air. It doesn't matter if it's something that we tape for ESPN Plus or the YouTube channel or wherever. I have to be a good storyteller. I have to be a good writer. No, I have to be a great storyteller and a great writer. And I have to be a great interviewer. And that's the foundation of our business. So it doesn't matter the distribution method. If you can't tell a story, you could be all over social media sucking at telling a story and people will laugh at you and you won't have a job. So it doesn't matter if you can't do it. You have to do it.
All right, Jay, we got time for about 2 more questions for you. I know we have so many questions. It's great. We could be here till, I don't know, we could be here till you're back on the set. We have to stop at some point. So I want to thank everybody for bringing those questions in. But let me go to a couple more. We're going to go to a staff member here. We have Karen Gallagher jumping in here. Karen, you have something for Jay? Let's see if Karen's there.
Hi, Karen.
All right, I'm going to say some of these people, Jay, honestly they've had their hands up for a better part of a half an hour. So like, how about Link? Link, you ready to talk?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
Jay, can you hear me?
Got you, bro.
So I've been a big fan of yours and a big fan of ESPN for a long time. And one thing I've noticed in a lot of your interviews is that you're extremely professional. As me, who wants to go into more of a storytelling business, like a sports reporter, how far does professionalism go, especially in your career?
I think you should always be professional. When you say professional, what do you mean?
Hold on, Jay. I stopped at the last second. I didn't allow him to, I muted him. Let me put him back in. Ramir, you can jump back in now. I'm sorry about that. I think you can jump back in.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, Jay, what's up? I wanted to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I mess that up?
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Ramir, hold on one second. That's my fault then. I muted him. I was going to move on to the next person. When that happens, I think they go all the way to the bottom, Jay. So he was unable to answer your question based on his questions. That's my fault.
Okay.
So Ramir, go ahead.
How you doing, Jay? My name is Ramir Vaughn.
Hey, man.
And I have a podcast, Sports with the Dorks, on all platforms. Plug myself. But I struggle to stay creative sometimes. So I wanted to ask you, like, how could I find different ways to stay creative?
When you mean stay creative, what do you mean?
I mean, like, I struggle, like, currently I'm in like a rut. Like, I don't know what to talk about. So
you mean when you have interviews or you just talk to yourself? I mean,
pretty much, yeah, I talk to myself and I guess give off rants and my opinion on different things.
I don't know. Maybe expand the show. Maybe have some interviews. I don't know the subject matter that you talk about. Maybe expand that. If it's, I don't know. I honestly can't answer the question, because there's so much out there to touch on that I don't think you should be struggling with things to talk about. It just depends, I guess, your interest and what you want to talk about. But listen to other folks and see how they do it. Who's your? I mean, we don't have enough time. Find your favorite folks and see what they do. See how they do it. And for the sake of being a Xerox, I mean, copy them.
All right, we're going to wrap it up. This is going to be our last question.
Oh no.
Well, and we can keep it all day. That'd be good. We'll bring it back next. We'll do this every Saturday, right? Football's over. We can do it every Saturday and Sunday till August. Javon, why don't you jump in here? Better be a good one, Javon, because you're wrapping us up today.
I got you. Hi, Jay. I watched you and Kevin Nagandi Thursday night on Sports Center, and then the next morning we had Kevin on one of our shows here at WHIP, the school's radio station.
Mm-hmm.
You brought up resiliency and uniqueness. I was going to ask if you could rank uniqueness, resiliency, and I guess authenticity in order of importance in this field. Could you do that?
I would say that's tough. See, authenticity and uniqueness are so close, but I might rank them slightly ahead of resiliency, because if you're authentically you have a particular drive that will make you resilient. So, I mean, I think that's what I would do.
Thank you.
All right. So first, I want to thank Jay as we start to move over. We start to talk about our next part. I know you're a busy guy, Jay, and you joked about staying on, and I know you're making it look easy, but I know you got your family, got your day job, and the whole thing. So I want to just.
They're in the other room. I mean, we can go a little longer if you want to.
Well, we're going to move on. We promised, we have
Okay.
our panelists. We promised you'd be out by this time. So, and once we get rolling, it's hard to stop. So,
okay.
But we want to thank you for coming on. It was great seeing you, and hopefully, I'm sure people gained a lot of information from that. And I know they're going to be watching you on TV. But I sometimes don't know how to wrap things up, just especially virtually. I've never quite gotten used to. I want to come up and shake your hand and give you a little bit of a hug to say thank you for stopping by. So I'll do that virtually, and just want to let you know, just want to let you know we appreciate your time, and you're always welcome to come back. And when we get through this whole COVID thing, if you're ever in Philadelphia, you're gonna have to come in our doors and see some of our students face to face. That'd be really cool.
Cool.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay.
You're very welcome. I'm sending a note to everybody. Thanks, Joe. All right.
All right, Jay. Take care of yourself.
Peace.
All of you. Rather than just kind of talking about things, just shoot me with questions you have, and I'll be happy to kind of look at your work or talk about things. And I just have a few points to make, but I'd rather talk to you about your things. So just shoot. I'm all yours. Who wants to start? You want Lindsay? I'm only going left or okay. Adam, I can see you. Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
I guess just a general broad question to start things out for all of us. When looking to apply and showing off reels, is there any specific thing that really helps make something or a reporter, someone stand out more than all the other applicants in your experience?
There's three things that a news director and an agent are looking for. The first one is writing skills. I mean, I want to see packages. I want to see well-written packages. I want to see packages that are written to video. I want the packages to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. I know that kind of sounds strange, but that's kind of what you want. The second thing I'm looking for is presence. I mean, that has nothing to do with how you look. Presence is how you how you act, how you stand, are you professional, all that. And then third is that you basically kind of know what you're doing. You're not your speech. You're not a lot of people who are younger equate speed with power, and that's really not the way it is. You've got, sometimes you feel you've really got a story covered, and you've got 3 minutes of information, but you only have a minute and a half to tell it. So you start speeding, and you start speeding a little bit, and you start stumbling. So the thing to do is just remember that you've got a minute 30, minute 45. Tell your story to the best that you can. News directors are all looking for those three things. Some of them are looking for writing more than they're looking for looks. And I got to be honest, some news directors are looking for looks over writing ability. But basically, those are the three things. You can't lose fact of the most important thing, which is tell me a story, and that's what the news director wants to see. Also, I want to see your personality. That I want to see as well. So keep in mind that most news directors will only look at the first 30 to 45 seconds of a tape. You've probably heard that from your instructors. So you really want to make sure that you make an impression in that first 30, 45 seconds. So be sure you put your best stuff right up on top. Don't think, okay, I've got a 7-minute tape and I'm going to put, a real winner at the end. If you've got a really good package, put it right up front so that it attracts everybody's attention. Anybody else have a show of hands?
Yeah, hey Dave.
Yeah.
Thomas Nemec, senior at Temple. I have a question. It's pretty much a general question.
Sure.
But like I just started doing more on-camera stuff. I have a background in more print journalism, but I was wondering, like, if you're putting together a reel for an interview or to try to apply to some jobs in broadcast, how long do you typically want to make your reel?
I just had a talk with who used to work at ESPN. He's going to kill me. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name now. But he was a big executive at ESPN, and he was very adamant about, hey, listen, I don't want to see anything longer than 4 minutes. You'd rather show 3.5 minutes of really good stuff than 8 minutes of mediocrity. So, a lot of people say, well, I want to put everything I can and show everything that I do. You can kind of do that, but, do it in short spurts. A tape really shouldn't be more than 4 minutes. You can put 2 really good packages on. If the packages are a minute and a half, now you're at 3 minutes. You want to keep the montage short and sweet. People ask me all the time, what do I want in the montage? Basically, what you want in the montage is you want to show everything that you can do and want to do in 15 to 20 seconds, if that makes sense. So, show a news director that, look, this is what I look like reporting. This is what I look like behind a desk. This is what I look like when I'm ad-libbing. All that in the first 20 seconds. Then, boom, hit them with your best package right out of the lot. Then hit them with a second package out of the lot. If your package is a great story, especially with things like Nat, sound, whatever, you're going to go to the front of the line. So there's no reason to have a reel that's more than 8 minutes. I mean, just they're probably not going to look at it anyway. And you also don't want to change the news director's mind. He likes the first 2 packages that you did. Then he sees one that's mediocre, and he says, "Oh well, geez, that's I think I changed my mind about this guy." The big thing that I want to say to people too is a news director doesn't really know anything about you. So the first thing he's going to do is he's going to go on to your social media. He wants to see that you're producing content. He also doesn't want to see pictures of you partying. He also doesn't want to see pictures of you coming out of bars, holding up your friends, as they stumble out places. So if you get anything out of this thing that we're doing today, the best I can tell you is I hope after you're done with this, you'll go back and look at your social media and understand how important it is to an employer. There shouldn't really be anything on there that would make the employer change his mind about wanting to hire you. So I think that's probably the most important thing that I can tell people about kind of getting their first start. And I'm sure you've also been told that it's great to work in your backyard, and it's great to work in Philadelphia or in Allentown or Los Angeles, wherever your hometown is, but you're not going to start there. Everybody does start in god-awful towns like Cheyenne, Wyoming, and Boise, Idaho, places like that. It's kind of, consider it a relatively terribly paid internship. just go there for a year and try to pick up the things that you're going to need to get to bigger markets. You know, you're going to pick up some things on how to write better, how to present yourself better, how to keep stories around so that you can use another one 2-3 weeks from now. You'll pick up those things everywhere you go. You're always looking to improve, go to bigger markets, make more money. But don't be afraid to take a job and realize that now you are going to come across some people who are very lucky, who said, "Oh, you're not going to believe this, but I had a job in Harrisburg the first day after I graduated from college." Yeah, that happens, but for the majority of people, they kind of make the trek to market 180, then market 140, and then to a top 100 market. So you can kind of expect that. Again, there are exceptions, but you really kind of have to expect that. That's why, a lot of medium-sized markets and smaller markets, I get calls from news directors all the time that are looking for good, qualified reporters. The problem is that all those stations kind of pay the same amount of money. So let's face it, if you have a choice between going to Florida to start your TV career or Idaho, it's a pretty easy decision. You know, you're going to go to Florida or California, someplace like that, and then the news directors in these other states are really hurting for people. So we started an internship program last fall. We have 3 interns. We had a couple from Rowan, we had a couple from Temple, and what was great about it was everybody who we interviewed, we thought that we would get students who were more interested in being on air, which we couldn't offer. But what was great about the ones we interviewed was, one, everybody loved to make content. Everybody that we interviewed loved to write. They knew everything about social media. And that was fantastic with us because that's really what we needed them for. So even if you're not really interested in the on-air aspect of being a reporter, or you're kind of stuck, you haven't got a reporter job, these stations are looking for digital reporters, content producers. It's going to be, if you love to write and you know social media, you're not going to have any trouble getting a job coming out of college. The only trouble is, though, it's the cities are not going to be as desirable as you would like, and the money's probably not going to be the type of money that you would like. But again, you kind of have to pay your dues in places. The other thing that I'd like you to do is, not now, but after you get done with the session, go to my website. My website is www.dbandassociates.com. A couple things that you'll notice on the website. One is there's a page called Talent. You want to go there, and not only do you get to see some of the talented people that we represent, but you'll get to see their tapes. Each of them has a tape that they have. If you're a news person, look for news people. If you're a talent, if you're a sports person, look for sports, and see how they put their sports tapes together. Some of them are a little longer than I would like, but I think you'll get the idea when I talk about a really snappy, tight montage. I think when I talk about having a great first and second package, I think you'll understand what I mean by that when you look at them. Also, feel free to if you ever have any questions after this, contact me as well. I'm very happy to look at your tape, give you any advice at all. Always feel free to do that. The other thing I would like you to check out is during the pandemic, we really had a problem because nobody was hiring. And it was very difficult for me because since nobody was hiring, there wasn't really a lot that I could do for my clients. So we started doing these Zoom meetings like we're doing now to kind of talk about how we can stay relevant, how we can kind of keep producing content. And we also kind of wanted to, even though everybody's looking for work, we wanted to make sure that we had everybody's back. So we would meet every week. It was either a Monday or a Tuesday night. We would talk. And once you kind of saw that everybody else was going through the same predicament that you were, you kind of felt a lot better knowing that, okay, well, I'm not the only person who's having these questions and concerns about the business of my job. And that led to deciding what we needed to do for my clients were producing content, but there was really no place for them to go. So I came up with the idea of starting my own television network, and we started it in January. So all my clients who had been producing content, doing things like podcasts, going out and learning how to shoot and edit on different types of formats, we ended up putting that on the network. So when you go to my website on the first page, if you scroll down, you'll see kind of a television screen. If you press that, that's the DBNA television network. All the shows that you see on that network are all my clients who decided that they wanted to supply content and do things during the pandemic. So that's there. And as I said, go to the second page, which is a talent page, and see how people put their tapes together. I think that would really help you a lot as far as deciding what you put on, what you don't put on, things like that. We're joined by Mr. Fine. Nice
Hey,
to see you,
DB.
Matthew. Hi.
You
Good
guys
bunch
get
of people.
So we get into some questions you guys want to ask. Have you guys done any Q&A yet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I see Courtney, Emily, and Brooklyn, their hands up. I didn't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see where that was. Okay, so okay, Courtney, I'm sorry. I didn't see the icon. Go ahead.
No
I'm sorry.
worries. So I'm a senior graduating in May, and so obviously I'm compiling my reel right now, and I know you were talking about looking at others, but then also keeping it short. Do you think as on-air people, even though we really want to go into sports, should we have at least something of news just to say we can do both, or should we strictly have our reel be sports?
Yeah, I mean, I know people who are covering sports love sports, but the thing is, you kind of really want to get your first job. So I think if you make yourself, I mean, a good reporter is a good reporter. If you're a good reporter, you can report on news, you can do sports, you can do weather. If you're a terrible reporter, you're going to be terrible doing them all. So the other thing is that usually in a small market, they only usually have 1 or 2 sports people in that market, in that station. That's it. They usually have about 9 to 10 reporters. So your chances are really better if you try to get a job as a news reporter than a sports reporter. The one thing you can do is just try to get in, and of course, let the news director know that, hey, listen, I really like sports, and if you ever have sports stories or sports related stories, I'm very happy to do them. But I just want to let you know that being a sports reporter, for every 10 news reporters that they're hiring, they're only hiring 1 sports reporter. So especially for your first job, you really kind of just want to get in. And then you can make your mark by asking for sports stories of sports assignments and doing sports stories that a news director will say, oh, hey, we can put Courtney on. We feel safe sending her out to do a sports story or something like that. So my advice would be just to kind of get your first job and then let them know that you are interested in doing sports. But I would agree, if you want to put sports on your reel, that's fine, because you're showing the news director that you're multi-talented, that you're willing to do all types of stories.
Thank you.
Yeah, Emily.
Hi, Mr. Brunner. How are you?
Wonderful.
I just had a quick question. So as college students, we don't really have agents helping us network. So I was wondering if you had any like networking tips for people like our age trying to reach out to people in stations like that, if you had any tips.
The one thing I can tell you, and I told Mr. Fine this, when we were interviewing our interns, the one thing that they were so excited about was the networking opportunities that we had. You know, when I graduated from high school, I knew what I wanted to do, but there was no networking, there was no social media at that time. Maybe you were lucky enough to call a television station or a radio station or a newspaper reporter and say, hey, I'm a college senior. You have any tips for me? You have any, you know, you don't have the networking that you do today. What made us so ecstatic about the internships were that they kept telling us, oh my God, you've got clients who used to be White House correspondents. You have clients who used to be at ESPN. The possibility of networking with them and being able to talk to them was a real plus for them. And we let them know that all our clients, they had access to them. They could email them, talk to them, use them as references, whatever. So with that said, I know you're not an intern. I wish some of you would have applied for internships with us. But yeah, networking is important. I mean, I think it's easier to get a hold of folks now that you admire and that you work with. And I think that for the most part, everybody who I've come in contact with really wants to help and mentor people. So I think it's just kind of a matter of reaching out and talking to them and letting them know that you're sincere, and they'll know you're sincere. and that they can help you. I hope that kind of answers your question. But it's so much easier to network now than it was when I was coming out of high school and in college.
TB, can I just jump in? Because I get this question from students a lot, and I don't know if you've been asked this. I apologize because I haven't been here from the start. But is it worth? I can ask the question most rhetorically, but is it worth it looking for an agent out of college? Is someone who would come to you, should they come to you on second, third job as opposed to first job?
That's a good question. Here's what I tell people. Of course, I'm an agent, so I think that everybody should have an agent to kind of lead their career. But I also understand that your first job, you're probably going to make at the most $26,000 a year. You may not want to pay your agent 6% of that. So I kind of understand that, and we like to give people breaks. We're also hoping that people want to work with us again. If we cut them a break in the beginning and we think they're talented, we know that we can get them their second job, their third job, their fourth job, their next job. So sometimes I think people get hung up on the idea that I need an agent to get me a job. Yeah, that kind of helps. The agent can kind of open those doors, but an agent should also be doing other things like helping you with your career, helping you with putting your reel together, giving you advice that's going to help you with your career. It's more than just getting you paying a guy 6% of your salary to get you a job. Other agencies kind of do that. We don't. We hope that we can develop relationships with our clients so that they trust us and they want to work with us again. So, the big thing is we just like talent, and we know talent when we see it. And we want to get a whole bunch of young journalists who are looking for their first job, because we're hopeful that we're going to be able to work with them job 2, job 3, job 4. As I said, the biggest thing is people kind of have concerns about, geez, do I want to pay 6% of nothing? So that's my thoughts on I believe everybody should have an agent, and not just to have them get that job. It's to help with advice during your career and all that. Let's face it, everything that you do, your parents love. I mean, you bring a package or something home to show your parents and your grandparents, and they think it's wonderful. But is that something that an agent or a news director is really, really going to want to see? So that's why I think it's kind of nice to have somebody who has an interest in you on the outside, who can be honest with you about your work and tell you, this is good, this is not good, this is what you need to do to build your tape, this is what you need to do when you start your new job. So that's a good question, Matthew. I get that a lot, and I kind of feel guilty when people want to work with me, and I also say, geez, we have to take a percentage from you, and I know you're only making $22,000 your first year.
Okay. Yeah, I thought they might want to ask that question. So I'm going to jump out. I'll be back in a little bit, but DB, thank you.
Thank you. Jackson.
Hi, I'm Jackson. I'm Jackson. I'm a senior here at Temple. One thing I have a question about is like what I should include on my reel in terms of we've done a lot of stuff over Zoom recently. With Our Sports Update, and current news. I feel like there's a lot of people calling in from Zoom, doing stuff virtually. Do you recommend putting any clips like those virtual Zoom clips in on your reel, or just don't even include those?
I think people kind of understand now, or they should, that's how television stations are doing news too. Most packages now include interviews via Zoom because they can't actually go and interview the person. So again, I think it has a lot to do with writing presentation. If it's just going to be you talking to somebody on Zoom, no big deal, but make it special, make it different. You know what I mean? Or breaking a story or something like that. That's really what people want to see. I think that people understand in this circumstance, that's kind of the way that you're going to be doing news right now. So it's okay to put it in. Just kind of make sure you have other things in as well. And make sure that the Zoom, if you do use it, make sure it's a little different than just, kind of what we're doing now. Make it a little creative and different. In fact, a lot of the shows that I can't say a lot, but I'd say 25% of the shows that we have on our network now are Zoom shows. And we kind of realized that, okay, once we're able to get out, once we're able to get into studios, once we're, like example, we have an evening magazine show. The first 2 magazine shows we actually did from somebody's living room. But we also went out this past week and did one from what's the Botanical Garden? I can't believe, help me out. The Botanical Garden, the largest indoor garden, and it's in Kennett Square. I can't believe I'm forgetting the name.
Longwood.
Thank you. We went and did a magazine show from Longwood Gardens. We're doing one from the Philadelphia Zoo, things like that. So, we're kind of taking things out of the Zoom closet, living room, and once we have a chance to do it. So I think that's a very good question. I really never thought about that, but news directors should kind of expect that's kind of how you're gathering news and doing interviews now,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, Brooklyn Vaughn, great name.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Brooklyn. I am a senior journalism student here at Temple. I just want to say Jackson took my question and Lindsay took my Emily took my question. But I kind of going off of Emily's question, that made me think even further, kind of speaking to what you had said about smaller markets and locating those like entry level door opening kind of opportunities. Do you have any advice for someone seeking those opportunities kind of like nationwide? Because it's hard to kind of start a job search here in Philly. And I feel like everything local pops up and it's, production assistant positions with NBC Sports, or it's something in Allentown. And I'm having trouble kind of locating those smaller markets across the country so that I can kind of get out and get those experiences. So do you have any advice for people who are seeking that post-graduation?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a tip that I shouldn't, but there's a website called tvjobs.com, which is very inexpensive. It's, I think, $35 for the year, if I'm not mistaken. We use it. And on there, they basically have all the jobs that are out there. And it will tell you the market size, where it is, what the job is, and it covers every city that's out there. It also has reporter jobs, producer jobs, management jobs, traffic jobs, all that. So, I'm sure that my clients know that we use that as one of our ways to gather jobs. But the other thing too is, you can kind of say to yourself, okay, I'm going to give myself 6 months. And I'm going to exhaust everything I can within the tri-state area. I want my first job to kind of be in either Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, whatever. And then really like exhaust and make sure that you have your tape and you're on the radar, like all the stations. And then after 6 months, if you don't have a job, then maybe you might want to say, okay, maybe I'll just kind of send the stations that have a W in front of them. And then after a while, okay, I'm going to stretch out and send it to you. So you can kind of do that. Like I said, some people are lucky, and you hate these people that say that, they got a job offer even before they graduated. That happens, but it's very rare. But if you want to go to a place like in the Midwest or Deep South, they're begging for people. The thing is, everybody's going to pay about the same amount. Your first job is going to be, low 20s. So that's why when you have a choice, if you're really, really good, you have a choice to, let's face it, if you have a choice to work in, nothing against these states, but if you have a choice to work in Mississippi, North Dakota, Idaho, or California, it's a pretty easy decision which one you're going to take, By the way, Lindsay, I know that you're a Facebook friend of mine. Don't think that I don't know that.
I know. I just I was gonna just raise my hand in 1 second, but I'll go after Adam.
Okay. Yeah, Adam. Hi.
Hi. Yeah. I was just wondering, I'm a senior graduating in May. With these, lower market job type areas like we're talking about, I'm wondering within that, obviously, if you were at one of those stations, most of us would probably have the goal to go to a bigger market after. Do you constantly, in your history working with clients and stuff, do these clients continuously look for other jobs as they're still working that local
Yeah, it's kind of a joke in the business that once you have a job, the second day you're already starting to look for your next job. Some markets have you sign contracts that bind you for 1 year, 2 year, or 3 years. There's kind of pros to that and cons to that. There's other stations that they don't bind you to. You just have but the thing is, how often do you want to move? There's some people who, they move every 18 months. That's fine. But for me, I always, I always thought moving was kind of a pain. But when you're young and you don't really have a lot and you're just starting your first job, literally it's kind of, easy for you to move. But when you're older, you have a family, you've got kids, you've got a wife or a husband, you know, you kind of don't want to move. You don't want to take your kids out of school and all that. But of course, you're making a lot more money. You're in bigger markets at that point. But very quickly, the pros and cons about signing. It's kind of nice to know that if you sign a 2-year contract with your station, that you're going to have that job for 2 years, but you really don't. I mean, it's just like any other job. They can decide that they don't like the color of your tie one day, or that something happened while you were on the road doing a story. They can't get rid of you during that 2 years. It makes it a little bit harder for them to do it, but they still can. So you kind of have that security of, okay, I'm going to have this gig for at least 2 years. Not having a contract is kind of nice because you can start looking for work almost right away if you want to. But again, they also have the right to say to you after 3 months, hey, this isn't working out, see you. So usually your first job, you kind of want to stay there for at least 18 months anyway before you start looking, just so you can kind of pick up the things that are going to make you successful at your other markets. So I would not sign a 3-year deal as my first job, because you don't want to be tied into. I just had a guy who was desperate and he signed a 3-year deal, 22,000 for 3 years. And I told him, I said, I think he was making a huge mistake. I mean, you're not going to, I mean, that's just bearable living wages. And he's going to be stuck at that price for, you know, at that salary for that long. So I think 3 years was a little too long, but you know, he couldn't wait for another job. So also sometimes if you go to them at a certain time in your contract, sometimes you can get out. They'll let you out early. You know, if you sign a 2-year contract, they're not going to leave you out after the first 3 months. But if you're kind of toward the end of your contract, sometimes they feel that they'd rather have somebody who's committing for a longer term, so they'll let you out of your contract. You know.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, Lindsay, and then I'll get to Courtney, and then I'll get to Connor. Okay, Lindsay.
Hi, David. It's so great to be, face to face with you. But
Thank you.
so the one question that I feel like is always on my mind is, I know in the beginning you were talking about, writing is very important. Clearly, that's something that employers look for if your packages are well written. But in terms of specifically on-air reporting, is there something, and you mentioned presence, having like a presence. Can you kind of explain more what that presence looks like that the employers like? Like, is there specific things that they look for, or do you know what I'm kind of saying?
Yeah, I think you can kind of, I think confidence and presence are kind of the same thing. Looking like you know what you're doing out there, being confident, not bumbling, not stumbling, looking like you've got the story, under wraps. I mean, I think that kind of goes with the presence. And don't confuse again looks with presence, because there's some people who are very, very attractive, but they're terrible reporters and they're bumbling and stumbling through. And there's other people who aren't as attractive as other people, and they're really, really, they have a great presence and they're great reporters. So that's why I say there's this kind of, two different things there. Everybody's going to want to hire somebody who knows how to write and produce and shoot right now. So you can always have those skills. It's just a matter of some news directors, writing, it means more to them than presence. Good looks mean more to them than writing. Most news directors, though, will admit that they do want a combination of the three. I was a news director in bigger markets. So usually when I got tapes, people already kind of had that presence. They had their writing skills down already. I can understand why it's difficult in some of these really smaller markets, where you have to kind of hire for potential more than what you see on the tape, So
yeah.
Courtney.
Okay.
Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Yeah,
No,
Courtney,
you're good.
I will get to Connor and AJ too. Go ahead, Courtney.
Hi again. So when you were mentioning a bit about contracts and stuff, I thought about a little bit of salaries. And so when you're getting that first job and when they get to that question, what would be your best advice about, should we be negotiating, or how should we get to like the final point, or should we just take what they give?
Unfortunately, when you get your first job, there usually isn't a lot of wiggle room. they kind of will tell you that, oh, we're set for 23,000. That's what, the corporate says, and that's it. There's really not a lot of wiggle room, which is why, another reason why a lot of people looking for their first job don't hire an agent, because I'm honest with them and say, I'm not going to be able to get you 28,000 if it's budgeted for 23. But there are certain things that I think you can ask for. I think that, some stations pay moving expenses, others don't. Some, if you're lucky, there'll be a haircut deal or a cosmetic deal sometimes. So, I mean, those are kind of things that you can negotiate as well. But when I started as an agent in the mid 90s, I mean, it was amazing what they were giving people. I mean, they would say, hey, just send us two moving estimates, $7,000, $8,000, $9,000. It wasn't anything. Plus, they would get $1,000 a year for clothes, $1,000 for hair and makeup. Now, I'm honest with you, things are so different. I have to literally twist arms to get $500 for people to move. So, you can kind of ask for that, especially if you're a really good candidate and you do have a couple other stations that are interested in you. You can, kind of ask for those little things. So, by the way, I see where Blake Barstar has joined us. Blake is one of our interns for the spring at DB and Associates. He does a really, really good job for us. So, all right, Connor.
Hey, David, how are you today?
Hi.
So I actually have worked with one of your talents, Ari Bluestein,
Yeah.
and Tom Wilms. I know them quite closely. I did an intern.
They have a show, by the way, they have a show on my network too, called
That's
Sports Voices, where they talk about what it's like being play-by-play announcers.
Yeah, I've talked to them about that too, and I was thinking about joining it. So my question is, so I interned with the Sports Fanbase Network, and I do part-time work for them now, producing, going to games, working the camera. So in your experience, how would I go about growing my relationship with both of them and kind of seeking new opportunities and expanding what I know?
Good question. I always tell folks that the best way to find out about openings is by working in radio or TV or working at one of these places. So, if you, and nothing against working, at a restaurant or something like that, but you're not going to hear about openings and jobs in TV when you're working another job. So I tell people, even if you have to take a part-time job or do a free once a week, whether it be your local cable access channel, a cable station, whatever, and don't say no to anything. Just try to network with as many people as you can. Never turn anything down. Don't worry about whether you're going to get paid or not. That's really the way that you hear about jobs, and how you get to meet people who are going to say, geez, that Connor, man, he's in here early all the time. He's always asking questions. Geez, when a full-time job comes up, you're going to be considered for those. So one of the advices that I always give people is, if you can get a job sometime, part-time or even volunteer job in something, even if it's doing digital work or something for a radio or a newspaper, do that, because that's really going to be your best way to get an in and hear about the jobs that you want. So that's a very good question. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
AJ.
Hey, how you doing, David? Nice to meet you. My name's AJ. I'm a freshman communications major. I want to go into like sports broadcasting and things along that nature. I had a couple questions about putting together a reel in terms of what employers really look for, what stands out against the competition, and if it's even worth creating new reels for targeting different employers.
Good question. Yeah, we talked about this earlier, so I'm going to repeat myself to some of the people who may have heard it before. Go to my website, which is dbandassociates.com. The two things that you'll see on there, one is the second page is a talent page. And on there, not only do you get to see the people who we represent, but they have their resume tapes on there, as well as their resumes. And I think that when you look at some of the resume reels, you'll kind of get an idea of how to make your resume reel. Also, when you look at their resumes, something will stand out. So your resume stands out different than someone else's. The other thing that I want to do a quick plug for, and Blake has a lot to do with this. When you go to the first page of my website, we're the only talent agency in the world that has their own television network. During the pandemic, all my clients were producing content, and a lot of them really didn't have a place to go with their content. So I came up with the idea of actually starting my own television network. It's on Roku right now. It's going to be on Amazon and Apple next month. But if you go to the bottom of the homepage, you'll be able to see the network. All the shows and all the content that's on there are produced by people who we represent. So that will give you, but to answer your question, no, I don't think you need to have multiple reels. Just have a really good reel that shows the elements that you want, which is storytelling, good writing, your versatility, and try to keep it short as well. You don't want a really, really long reel. Your reel should really be no longer than 5-6 minutes. Put on 2 really, really good storytelling packages. Be sure that the packages have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And also put on anything on that reel that you have done and that you want to do at your next job. So, if you want to do weather, just put a little snip on your resume reel that shows that you've done weather and you don't mind doing that at your next job, because that may be the difference between you and the other 50 people that are applying for that job. If it's a production job that you're interested in, again, show your best production, but try to keep it short. Have them wanting for more. Have them wanting to call you and say, hey, AJ, I'd like to see another tape of your work, rather than, hey, I like the first 5 minutes of your tape, but you kind of were repetitive the last 4 minutes. You don't want that to happen. So I just think you have to do just one tape, make it really good, universal, because you don't want to be changing tapes for all the different jobs that you're going to want to apply for. And make it your best stuff.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, load your best stuff up on top.
Also, with that being said, if I'm involved in the radio station and the TV station, should I be putting that content together? Because I feel like that could be conflicting at times.
Everybody is looking to hire people now who can do multitasking. So if you can supply content to their digital side, you can do radio and you can do TV and you're going to go to the front of the line. So be sure that you have excerpts of all the work that you do on all your different platforms, and also let your employer know that you've done that. You know what I mean? So
okay, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, we only have 4 more minutes. Is there anybody else that wants? I'll try to quickly answer your questions that you have, and before we close down here, feel free to go to my website. Feel free to contact me, friend me on Facebook. What else, Blake? We're on Facebook. Where are all the platforms that we're on? We're on everything.
Yeah, right? We're on Facebook, Instagram. I don't think we're on Twitter yet, but I know we're on LinkedIn. Yeah, but like right now, we're currently launching the TV network, and some of the stuff that I've been doing is more so on the production side. So I've been creating a lot of graphics for the different shows that are coming out, as well as editing different excerpts for the show as well. So it's been a really good experience so far.
Cool, I appreciate that, and reach out to me, and if you have any questions, and also let me know what you like about the website, what you don't like about the website. I'm always curious to get that feedback. If you have a chance to watch our network, let me know the shows that you like and the shows that you don't like. I always want to hear that honest feedback from folks. So keep in touch. Good luck with your careers, and thanks for taking some time with me today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
We really appreciate
My pleasure.
it.
We got 2 minutes. Anybody?
I did just want to say, this isn't really so much of a question, more just that I immediately went to your website, and I guess I didn't realize, I wanted to see what the general value of an agent or having an agent would be, coming from, I guess, the horse's mouth, for lack of a better term. So I just wanted to let you know that I did contact, and I am really interested by just everything that you had to say and the experience.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate
like I said, when I was in high school, I mean, I knew in junior high what I wanted to do, and I really didn't have a lot of help. And when I went to the um, counselors, they would just look at me. Well, I think you probably want to go to college. I guess you would want to take writing classes. I guess you would want. They had like no idea. Now, I think. I mean, I'm amazed that when I talk to people who in junior high and high school, they have radio stations, TV stations, newspapers that are supplying content on an everyday basis. So I think everybody kind of has a better idea about, if you decide you want to get into that business, there's a lot more opportunities to do. And as I said, the networking thing is a big deal too. There's so many people you can reach out to now that, before when I was in high school, if I would pick up a phone and talk to somebody at a radio station, I thought that was a great day. Now you have people who really do want to mentor people and reach out and help you. So I think that's great.
Absolutely.
So, hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Keep in contact. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I hope to hear from you soon. If not, either way, I really do appreciate the time you took today. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you, Zach. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Let everybody kind of roll in. How's everybody doing?
I am doing good. How about you?
Great. I'm great. Glad to join you for this. Excited to talk to you a little bit today about public relations and advertising, just really kind of how to pursue these kind of careers in the sports industry. I didn't know how much I should prepare or what I should prepare, anything like that. I didn't want to really kind of bore you with just dry research presentation. So the biggest thing that I want to focus on today with everyone is, I mean, I think the ultimate game here is always, you want to find a job. So my end goal for today's conversation was really to give you some insight into the public relations and advertising industry from a sports perspective. And I'm going to do it today in really three ways. The first part of my discussion, I'm going to talk just a little bit about the careers that are available in ad and PR, the things that you can do with an advertising and PR degree within the sports industry. Some are obvious, some are not. And then just talk a little bit about, some of the skills that you need to gain in order to be successful in that field. And again, some of those skills are going to be obvious and some of those are not. I figured that I would kind of move the second part of my conversation today to just kind of talking about, I think, two of the most important things when you apply for jobs in the sports industry, your resume and your cover letter, because those are the two things that are really going to kind of get you in the door and really kind of get you beyond the hundreds, if not thousands of applications that you might face when you're applying for jobs in the sports industry, because it's a very competitive field to try to get into. And I mean, if you have a solid resume and a solid cover letter, you'll definitely stand out. And then finally, something that I figured would be kind of cool is I personally never worked in the sports industry. I worked indirectly in the sports industry, and I'll talk a little bit about kind of what I did career-wise here in just a second. But I have a strong network of friends and colleagues that are either working in sports now or have worked in sports before. And I thought it'd be cool just to kind of send just a mass text to all of them with just one question in mind. It's, if you were talking to a group of people that were looking to work in sports, what would be the one piece of advice you would give them? And a lot of the quotes, a lot of the things that I got from them, some I expected, some were just kind of completely out of the blue. But I thought it'd just be cool to kind of share some of those quotes with you from people that are at all walks of life in their careers in ad and PR and in other areas as well. I mean, some journalists, I know some few production people in my field. I've had a chance to really kind of work with people all across the board in terms of the sports industry. So I'm excited to kind of share some of their insights with you as well, because I figured it'd be more interesting to kind of hear from the experts along with the information that I'm going to give you today. I guess let me tell you a little bit about myself first. So my name is Kenon Brown. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Advertising and Public Relations at the University of Alabama. I've been at Alabama for probably about 12 years. I started in the PhD program here at Alabama back in 2009 after an 8-year career in restaurant marketing and management. I'll talk a little bit about what I did in that career in a second. Started in 2009 my PhD. Once I graduated with that in 2012, they actually kept me on full time as a professor at Alabama And I've been at UA ever since. I got tenure a few years ago, and just hasn't looked back. I was in charge of our graduate program. This is actually the last semester that I'll be working with the graduate program. I'm also the programming director of our Alabama program in sports communication, which is in charge of providing support to teaching, research, and professional development activities within the sports industry at Alabama. So I'm the guy that kind of helps facilitate the communication about all of those avenues within our university. It's a pretty cool gig. Get to meet a lot of cool people doing that. So prior to getting my PhD, like I said, I worked for about 8 years in restaurant marketing management. I was an operations manager for the company that owns about 70 Taco Bells for about 4 years. And that's kind of the management aspect. The marketing aspect was really kind of the cool thing. I was a regional brand manager for Buffalo Wild Wings for about 4 years while I was getting my master's. And I was specifically in charge of the Knoxville, Eastern Kentucky, Northern Georgia region. So I got to work a lot with the University of Tennessee and their athletic department, which is my alma mater. I got to work with UT's athletic department those 4 years because a lot of our rebranding efforts were centered around college towns and kind of getting, forging partnerships with the athletics department and the teams in that particular college. So I got a chance to work closely with the Volunteers football team, the basketball team, especially when Bruce Pearl was there. That was an interesting time. So it was a fun 4 years, and that's kind of where I kind of dipped my toe into the sports industry without really kind of working in it directly. And I kind of want to kind of touch on a few things about that today. I guess the first question I want to ask is, and just scream it out if you want to answer. What are some of the careers that you are looking to pursue within sports? Like, what are some of the things that you want to do?
Hi, my name is Juche, first of all. So
nice to meet you.
It's funny that we're actually having this discussion with you because I was just talking, I don't know if you know him, but he was the former head of grad studies at Alabama, Chris Roberts, Dr. Chris Roberts.
Yes, really good friend of mine. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I've been talking to Chris for the past 3 years or 4 years because originally I wanted to go to grad school at Alabama. But with the pandemic and all that going on, I decided to stay closer to home. That was the best thing to do. But I was actually talking to him yesterday because I was talking to him about how I'd wanted to change avenues from being in sports journalism to being in more broad sports communications or being an assistant to sports information director.
Okay.
So I wanted to know, he kind of gave me the links to, I guess, where I could look into those things, but it wasn't necessarily, he told me that he doesn't really work as the head of grad studies anymore. I don't know what he's doing now, but he told me he's not doing it anymore. But he didn't really give me people to talk to, but that's the avenue I want to move into. I definitely want to move into more of a corporate atmosphere. Sports, rather than just being so, I guess, tied down to journalism.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
Yeah, just because I want to be able to dip my hand in a bunch of things and be involved with more of the process rather than, just be a part of it.
No, that's awesome, man. And definitely, I guess the reason I'm kind of asking this question is because a lot of people don't realize you can do with an advertising or PR degree, or honestly, even with a journalism degree in sports. So definitely, I think that seems like a solid path. So great. And anybody else want to share kind of what's your aspiration in the industry?
I guess I'll share. So I'm a high school student right now. I'm a senior. Okay. So I want to definitely do advertising, and I would love to do something with social media and do social media advertising and work with that type of stuff.
Yeah. Awesome. And I will say that's probably the most common job you hear from people now. Like if they get into advertising and PR, that they're interested in social media management. And there's nothing wrong with that, like at all. I mean, I think there are plenty of jobs now that teams and leagues and organizations are starting to kind of understand the importance of having a strong digital presence. Those jobs are really becoming more abundant, particularly on the management side of things. So I mean, definitely it's a solid career path to pursue if you know how to manage social media effectively. And I think that's the key there. Let's get one more person to share with me kind of what's your aspirations for working in the sports industry.
No one else wants to share, I can share mine.
Yeah.
I'm here to more so help facilitate this breakout session, but my name's Sam. My goal is to get into sports journalism. But I think the interesting thing is like the line between marketing and journalism to like be able to get your stuff seen and written. Like a lot of what I do is content creation, covering Temple basketball. And I think there's a lot of self-marketing that goes into that, whether it's podcasting, video work, or written work. It's like being able to have a brand, market yourself, and just be good at social media to find a place in this industry. So I think a lot of that's really interesting.
No, absolutely, man. And there's really, especially once you get up into the big leagues, there's no position related to content creation that you're not going to be dealing with a PR practitioner or a marketing practitioner, or vice versa, that you're not going to be dealing with a journalist. I mean, that relationship, I actually had I had a presentation yesterday for a group of high school journalism students where I talked about the relationship between journalism and public relations, and kind of how that is a very mutually beneficial partnership. And I mean, especially in sports. I mean, like, I don't think there's another field where that partnership is more important than sports, because sports journalists cannot do their job effectively if they don't have a great ties with PR practitioners, and vice versa. I mean, we're not going to be able to represent our client, our organization, our athlete, anybody well if we don't have a strong relationship with the media. So I definitely think that's important. All right, awesome. Well, I'm going to share screen, and I'm going to share just like a few slides with just some pointers on them, just to kind of get you thinking about the industry. And please chime in. I mean, this isn't intended to be a lecture. I mean, it's just some things that I wanted to kind of point out, and just really, PowerPoint's more for me to kind of keep my notes straight rather than to try to bore you for about 30 minutes. So if there's something you want me to elaborate on or talk about in more detail, definitely stop me while I'm in the middle of this. But when you talk about careers in sports ad and PR, I mean, there are a ton of different avenues that you can take within this. And this isn't even all of them, but I would say that this is probably the 6 most common categories. We already talked about social media, and I can really kind of expand that into digital communication. So it's not just about managing a social media account. It's not just about, posting things on Snapchat and Instagram about your team. It's running the organization's website. It's facilitating mobile apps, podcasts, and other digital means of communication that the organization is in charge of. And, whether you work for a team, whether you work for a media outlet, whether you work for a company that has a lot of ties to the sports industry, being digitally savvy and having a strong digital media presence now more than ever is extremely important. So there are going to be tons of jobs in social media and digital communication that you can pursue. Sponsorship is an obvious job, but a lot of us don't think about it in terms of breaking into the ad and PR industry. And typically, when you're working in sponsorship, you're working on one or two avenues. You're either on the team side of things or league side of teams, and you're facilitating those partnerships with sponsors, or you're working for a corporate organization that is interested in sponsoring a sports team. So a friend of mine, she is the head of brand management for Advocate Healthcare in Chicago. If any of you from Chicago, I think they may have merged with Aurora now, and I think it's Aurora Healthcare or something along those lines. But she's in charge of brand management with that. You would think by hearing the title that she doesn't work in sports that directly, but her main job is facilitating the sponsorships that the healthcare system has with the Chicago Cubs, with the White Sox, with the Blackhawks, with the Bulls, and the Bears. And she spends, I'd say, probably about 70 to 80% of her time working with those partners as well as other entities within sports that, like Chicago Marathon and other avenues within the sports industry that the healthcare system sponsors. It's a cool gig to have because you're still working within sports, but you're not really kind of dealing with the daily grind that working for a sports team or working for a league would have. Media relations, of course, and I was just mentioning about like how important that that practitioner journalist relationship is. Working on the media relations side, if you are a former journalist, or a current journalist, so I mean, if you have that background, media relations might be something that you're interested in pursuing. Sorry, let me get, there we go. Media relations might be, an area that you're interested in soon. I mean, if you've taken journalism classes, if you have that experience, or if you just like that side of the coin, like if you wanted to work in media, but you kind of wanted to do something related, but a little bit different, being a spokesperson for an organization, facilitating press conferences, dealing with, media training for athletes. Like I have a ton of friends that their job is to make an athlete basically media ready, camera ready. That's on the media relations side, and that's something you can definitely get into. Athlete development, and a lot of people don't consider this a job that you can go into with an ad or a PR degree. Kind of let me explain what I'm talking about here. Friend of mine is in charge of athlete development for the 76ers. And Annalie's job is basically to get these athletes kind of in the mindset of being a professional basketball player, whether that is dealing with the media, whether that is dealing with their finances, whether it's basically kind of dealing with the different distractions that come with, being a player in the NBA. Her job is to basically kind of mold these players from, college standouts or even high school standouts to professional basketball players, and basically just kind of help them mature and understand the nuances and the things that they're going to have to face and the challenges they're going to have to face as a professional basketball player. Again, a job that go ahead.
My bad. I feel like I just gotta like chime in for a question, like instead of like, well, I'm gonna forget it. But I was gonna say, what makes that different from an agent or a sports psychologist?
All right. I'm glad you brought that up because that was actually going to be my next tangent there is, okay, so when you talk about athlete development on the team side, that's kind of what I'm talking about there. There's also an element where being a publicist kind of comes into play with athlete development here. And, you're not necessarily as directly involved with kind of helping on that kind of maturity side of things. But when you're a publicist, I mean, obviously you're setting up opportunities for that player to earn money outside of, their sport. You're probably going to be playing a part in media relations and getting that person prepped to actually handle the media, particularly with more long form interviews, feature stories, and stuff like that. You're going to be in charge of getting, athlete endorsements and kind of helping with that. So you're not necessarily an agent. Like you're not going to be in charge of like managing the contract or anything like that. That's you gotta have a law degree to deal with that. But you're going to be in charge of really kind of everything else surrounding the athlete that they're involved in beyond just the contract. So that kind of falls into athlete development as well. Sales and marketing, I feel like it's just self-explanatory. I mean, like I said, I teach PR and advertising classes, but I've never worked a day in advertising and public relations in my life. All of my work experience is in marketing or it's in management. Like I said, the 4 years that I spent as a brand manager, I mean, I was in a marketing department, never touched public relations. And they knew that I actually had a journalism undergrad with a business minor, and they still hired me for a marketing position because of the work experience that I did on the restaurant side of things and the background that I had coming up. And then the community relations side. This is kind of that corporate social responsibility aspect when you're dealing with charitable contributions, when you're basically trying to build a bridge between your organization and the community that you're serving. I think the cleanest example of this is if you work for a professional team and you're dealing with the social responsibility initiatives that the team does around the community. So a friend of mine, Jordan Doyle, she works for the Chicago White Sox, and her job is twofold. One of her positions is to kind of manage social media and that team, and the other one is to deal with charitable events and its social responsibility arm. So all the things that the White Sox do for the South Side community, she kind of helps facilitate those things, and that kind of falls into community relations. You might find a position that fits in one of these boxes. You might find a position where you're going to be kind of blurring the lines, between 2 or 3 of these responsibilities. But, having an ad or a PR degree, I mean, you could definitely dabble in, a lot of these areas. So what are some of the things that I would suggest that, or I guess some of the skills that you would need to actually work successfully in advertising and public relations? Look, no matter what side of the coin you're on, writing is so important. Even if you are not writing, as a major job for your career. So, if you're working in media relations, writing is probably going to be a huge aspect of your job. If you're working in, sponsorship, it may not be as heavy. But I mean, you still need to know how to write. And more importantly, you still need to understand how to edit and how to proofread, because you're still going to be writing correspondence. You're still going to be communicating on a written scale with people. The one comment I get from students all the time is, okay, I'm going to be working in social media. Why do I need to know how to write? And honestly, that's the dumbest comment I've ever heard in my life. If you work in social media, part of your job is understanding how to communicate effectively through those digital means. And most of the time, you're not dealing with, 700, 800 words like you would be doing with a feature story, or 250, 300 words like you were dealing with a news release. And my comment to that is always, how are you going to be able to really kind of play around with language and really kind of bend and break the rules of grammar if you don't know the rules in the first place? So knowing how to write effectively, knowing how to edit, knowing how to proofread, and just understanding grammar, understanding syntax. The people that know how to write are the best content creators, period. They are. They understand the rules of the English language, and they know how best to bend those rules to get their point across. So content creation to me goes hand in hand with writing. That also kind of ties in with social media management. And I am focusing here on really becoming digitally savvy, not just being funny on your personal pages. A lot of people think that I can work in social media because I have, X amount of followers on my Facebook page, or I have, thousands of followers on my Twitter account. So yeah, I'm a shoo-in for social media. Running your personal account and running a business account are 2 totally different things. And there are certain guidelines, certain rules, and I mean, I don't have time to really kind of get in. That's a whole discussion in itself. But understanding, how to manage, social media accounts for an organization is key. Understanding how to use some of the software like Sprout Social and Hootsuite that are out there that will help you more effectively manage, social media accounts for a business is going to be important. But also kind of tying into understanding that it's not just social media, understanding how to manage a website, understanding, how to deal with mobile apps, and just other aspects of digital communication. Digital video is huge now. So understanding how to, edit short form video on digital outlets. I mean, that's going to be important. So just becoming digitally savvy and understanding how to use these different, outlets to your advantage is really going to be the key, not just, cracking a few jokes on your Twitter page. Understanding how to use the Adobe Creative Suite. I mean, I'm not saying that you have to be a design, master. You don't have to be a design guru, but at least knowing the ins and outs and the basics of Photoshop, InDesign, and Illustrator would be key. I mean, I think one of the things that I wish I would have gotten more training on in my undergraduate and my graduate career was using the Creative Suite. I've basically been teaching myself for the last 6 years how to use it. So anytime you can get that training, it's going to be very helpful for you, because especially again on the content creation side, writing your post is one thing, coming up with graphics, editing photos, like understanding how to blend the visual with the written is going to be key. And if you don't know how to use the Creative Suite, you're not going to be able to do that. Kind of tying into that, web design, understanding how to use WordPress and some of these other templates that are out here. And then business literacy. This is important. I mean, just understanding money, understanding the business side of things. The more that you can speak the language of business, the better off you're going to be. I mean, yeah, you might not be working like heavily with the accounting department or anything like that, but there are so few people that have advertising PR backgrounds that understand finance, that understand accounting. I mean, the reason that I got the job that I got was because I had that background in business. I mean, yeah, it was just a minor, but I knew how to read a damn balance sheet. Like, you would be surprised how many people don't know how to do that. I mean, I knew basic financial equations and I understood how to speak to shareholders. When it comes down to it, even when you're working in sports, you're working for a business, and that business's main goal is the bottom line, to make money. So the more you understand about that bottom line, I think the better off you're going to be in the long run. So any questions about that before I move on?
I just wanted to chime in. Thank you for your
Yeah.
time today. So
Yeah.
I'm currently a full-time employee in Klein College. So thank you for coming. But I'm also a master's student. So I
Okay.
graduated from Rowan University in South Jersey with degrees in public relations and advertising. So
Awesome.
I saw your room and I wanted to come in. Now I'm pursuing a master's at Temple in sport business. So I
Okay.
just wanted to touch on the fact that you said, I was laughing because you said that advertising and PR majors typically don't have, you know, the business, like the math background. I agree completely with that. You don't really learn that in
Yeah.
the background. So currently I'm in a finance course in the sport business program. So I agree with what you're saying. I think it's very important to, and for anyone else who's listening, who's a current, you know, grad or undergrad student in Klein, it's definitely important to broaden your horizons and get a better understanding of the entire field, because I'm realizing that, you know, you can always say, oh, I'm not a math person, but having that little bit of knowledge will definitely go a long way.
Yes, yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for chiming in on that. And I mean, I think that's the thing. Like, and to no fault of our own, I mean, we come across in advertising public relations as kind of creative, disciplines, when you really do need to have an understanding of the bottom line. And a lot of students come into that field and come into our fields because they're afraid of math. Like, we get a ton of business majors that come over to ad and PR because they're afraid of numbers. And I think we don't really do those majors any favors by not forcing them to actually learn, the basics of accounting, finance, even like business management. So just the more, I always encourage my students to go get a business minor. If it's too late in the game, you can't get a business minor, pick up a business basics book and just learn the ins and outs and the basics of business. I mean, just even that little bit of knowledge is very crucial to your success, because it still sets you apart from so many other people. All right. Any other questions before we move on? We don't have a lot more time, and we have probably about 17 minutes. So I'm going to kind of skip the discussion on resumes and cover letters, just because I'm sure that you'll hear that from so many other people beyond me. So I definitely don't want to bore you with that. But before I kind of move on to the tips from the pros, do you have any questions for me about how to write a resume effectively, how to write a good cover letter, just anything kind of related to that?
So from the people that I've talked to, as far as not only like people that wanted to help me out, but like jobs that I didn't necessarily get, but people that just wanted to give me pointers, they said that like with the way things are going now, LinkedIn is starting to matter way more than even a cover letter. Like, some of them told me that you don't even really need a cover letter, because like the LinkedIn is like your story, and you should like constantly be editing that. That's what people are going to see first. A lot of times, if they see your LinkedIn, they don't like it, they won't even, get to the resume part of things. So yeah.
It's a double-edged sword, man. So let me preface by saying I hate cover letters. I mean, I honestly wish that we would do away with cover letters. I wish that we would move beyond them, because I just think that I think that they're redundant. I think that they're unnecessary, especially now since we have so many ways to present ourselves. Through digital media, we can build we can build our own websites, and we can direct people to that. We can, keep up with our LinkedIn and our Twitter pages. And that's a way to really kind of present yourself professionally. So like cover letters, they're tedious, but unfortunately, they're still necessary because there are so many positions out there, so many companies and organizations out there that still rely on the resume and the cover letter as kind of that first step to weed people out. So understanding the basis of a cover letter is important, but you are exactly right. I would say that if there were two outlets, and actually one of the quotes that that you'll see from one of the pros that I got today, you'll see this, to two outlets that I would say really kind of spend the majority of time on are LinkedIn and Twitter. Twitter is very crucial to the sports industry. I mean, it really is. I mean, yeah, it's not as popular as Facebook, Instagram, whatever. But when it comes to just the sports industry and connecting with sports professionals, more of them are on Twitter and active on Twitter than really any other outlet. And it still is because of that one key advantage to Twitter is that kind of breaking news aspect of Twitter that you don't get from other outlets. So it's perfect for the sports industry. I mean, it really is. Sports and politics are probably the two areas where you're going to be using Twitter the most, just because, again, of that like breaking news aspect that you have. And then, of course, like you said, I mean, LinkedIn, I mean, if you present yourself well on LinkedIn, and not only in terms of presenting yourself well with your page, but also just being active and, sharing information, liking posts, interacting with people. That can really kind of help get your name out there a lot faster than, sending your cover letter and your resume to hundreds of people. So yeah, absolutely. All right. Any other questions? Like I said, since I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about it, cover letters, resumes, just like basics. Any questions about those before we move on? All right. So like I said, this is the part. Oh, hold up. Let's see.
I just put a shameless plug in. I work at the
great.
Klein College Career Center. So if you have any further questions about resumes or cover letters, we have workshops for them.
Awesome. All right, perfect. All right, so let's get to some advice. All right, so like I said, what I did over the last week is I just shot a text to like some of my closest friends in the sports industry, people that I've worked with, people I went to school with, people that I've had drinks with, just like people that I've just met along the way in the last like 7-8 years that I've had the kind of pleasure of building relationships with. And sent them all a text, and I just asked them one simple question. If you could talk to a room of people that were interested in working in sports, what is the one piece of advice that you would provide for them? And I want to share probably about 10 or 11 of the best quotes that I got from this. So let me full screen this so you can see it. And the first one, she's a freelance producer at ESPN and CBS Sports. And her piece of advice is going to be kind of a common theme out of all of these. And it's the importance of networking. And not just networking, not just like taking names and just taking business cards so you can figure out if you got the biggest stack of business cards out of your peers. It's not just enough to collect those names, follow up with those people and build a relationship with those people. One of the things that I tell students all the time is who you know is what's going to get you in the door. What you know is what's going to keep you there. Building your network, building those connections. If you can have people put a face with a name, that's going to help you get your foot in the door. That's going to help you get that first position. That's going to help you get that job that you're interested in. Now, again, what you know is what's going to keep you there, and what you know is going to help you move up the ladder. So that's why you can't just rely on those relationships alone. I mean, you really do have to bring something to the table. You have to bring a skill to the table. But it is important to build that network. It is important to kind of build those relationships with people that can put you in the positions to be successful. And at any point, just chime in if you got a question about any of these. Just chime in, interrupt me, and let me know. Social media correspondent. She works for Learfield IMG College. She works for the University of South Carolina. Kind of ties into what one of our one of our friends on the line said earlier, but about Twitter and LinkedIn, like staying active, connecting with people on social media, especially Twitter and especially LinkedIn. I mean, those are the two where I would say you need to be the most active. I mean, still be active on other outlets as well, but Twitter and LinkedIn is really where you're going to make those connections work. Buddy of mine, he's an entertainment reporter now for Nashville Business Journal. Prior to that position, he was a beat writer for several outlets for University of Alabama football. And he got his start writing for our, he was actually a journalism student of mine when I taught the journalism class, and he got his start working for the student newspaper here on the sports side. And man, this guy was a hustler. And I mean, I think his advice is very important. Take as many opportunities to volunteer and freelance as you can to get your name out here. Every weekend, this man was working a beat somewhere. He was volunteering to do something. He was just on the move. And honestly, this is the reason why he got a really good job from the jump once he graduated. I mean, the man could write. He was really good at what he does, and it really kind of helped him move up the ladder to now he's the entertainment reporter at Nashville Business Journal. He's probably going to be their entertainment editor in about a year or two. And it honestly is because through volunteering and through doing freelance work, he was able again to build that network and connect with people that are doing what he wanted to do. Okay. Senior Director of Communications for NASCAR. I've worked hand in hand with NASCAR directly for probably about the last 8 years. And I've seen this guy basically kind of work his way up the ladder and like to the position he is in now as a Senior Director of Comm. And his piece of advice was work whatever job you need to do to get your foot in the door. And I think that is very important. It kind of ties into another piece of advice that we're going to get in a second. But so many people have a jaded outlook of the sports industry. You're not going to get that job with the 76ers off the bat. You're not going to get that job with the Yankees from the jump. Like, you're not going to get that job with Notre Dame Athletics or wherever you want to work with from the start. Very few people are lucky enough to do that with their first job. Work your way up and do whatever job you need to do to get your foot in the door. I mean, if you're working for a minor league team, you know what? Go work for a minor league team and hustle with that team so you can make yourself known. And so that way you can actually get your name out there and get noticed. So don't be afraid to work in the trenches. Don't be afraid to kind of work that first, it may not be a glamorous first job, but you never know who you're going to come across in that position that can get you, set up for success for your next position. Next student, she's actually a graduate student of mine. She's a sports intern for the Walt Disney Company. She works specifically with ESPN. Don't be afraid to reach out to someone whose job is something that you're interested in and connect with them. And again, it kind of goes back to networking. I told you this was going to be a common theme here. Networking. This field is built on building connections. So the more connections that you can build, the easier it's going to be for you to find that first job. One of the things that I love about my job is actually connecting so much with these professionals, because if I have students that are interested in production, or I have students that are interested in branding, or I have students that are interested in media relations, at least I know somebody. It may not be somebody that can get them a job directly, but I always tell students, don't go into building these relationships with the mindset of, oh, I just want to get a job. Go into these relationships with the mindset of building those connections to really kind of help you get your foot in the industry. They may not be able to get you a job directly, but they might be able to point you to somebody that can. So focus on the relationship. Don't focus on getting a job. And I know that sounds, contradictory. It sounds kind of, contrary to what you are trying to achieve here. But trust me, that relationship is a hell of a lot more important. Former grad student of mine, she's now an account executive for Geometry Global, and she works with several brands and their sponsorships within sports. And hers was always keep your passion and fandom alive, but remember to keep your composure above all else. It's okay to be a fan of the game if you are working in sports, but don't let your fandom get you in a situation that's going to make things unprofessional and uncomfortable. Freak out about meeting your favorite player in the car, on the phone with your friends, or at the bar when you get done working. Don't freak out when you actually get a chance to stand right next to LeBron James and you're supposed to be working. keep your composure, keep your professionalism, and then you can fanboy or fangirl, later with your buddies when you're done. But always remind me, still keep that passion and keep that fandom, because that's probably the reason why you got into sports in the first place. But be professional about it. Any questions so far? I got a few more of these. All right. Real good friend of mine, and I actually, she was working in the athletic communications department when I was just like a scrub first year professor in the department. And it's been cool to kind of watch us both really just kind of work up the ladder. And like now, I'm the head of our graduate program. I'm like in an administrative position, and she is the senior associate athletics director for communications for UA. I mean, so basically she answers directly to the athletic director, and she's in charge of the entire department of athletics communication for the university. And it's just been real cool to kind of see her really kind of work up the ladder over the last few years. And her piece of advice was, there are opportunities out there, so try not to focus so much on location. So don't be afraid to step outside your comfort zone. And it kind of ties into what I was mentioning earlier about, not being afraid of working in the trenches. Your first job probably isn't going to be that glamorous. It may not be where you want to work. It may not be for the organization that you want to work for. But the more that you are willing to step outside of your comfort zone, the more that you are willing to just dive headfirst into the field, the easier it's going to be for you in the long run. Another former student of mine, she's an account executive she's there for the last few years with Octagon in Atlanta. And again, it kind of goes back to networking. Take every opportunity to build that network, go to hear guest speakers and panels, volunteer in events, and meet people along the way. I mean, I feel like you're already doing more than so many other people are doing that want to work in sports by just being here today. And meet and listening to people talk about the field, listening to people talk about their experiences. I mean, you're already getting a step above other people. Buddy of mine works in sports information with UA, and I love this. And it kind of ties into some of the last few things that I was saying about that first job. Temper your expectations for that first job. You're going to get turned down a lot. Look, hundreds, if not thousands of people are going to be vying for the same positions as you. I mean, one of my favorite anecdotes is actually from my guy that gave this quote, where he was applying for a job with the Titans, and then he found out that his boss was applying for the same position. And that's going to happen a lot within the sports industry because people are looking to make that first step. So, you're going to get turned down a lot. Your first job is not going to be the glamorous job that you want, but don't be afraid of the hard work. All right, last two quotes I got. Two of my favorite people here. Global head of esports communication for Riot Games. I've known this guy for years. He actually started out at NASCAR as the head of their IMC department. He took this position as a global head of esports for Riot Games right when esports was really kind of booming. And his piece of advice is a little bit different from everybody else's. Bringing something tangible to the table beyond a passion for sports. You remember when I said who you know is going to get you in the door, but what you know is going to keep you there. This is what that quote is referring to. Everybody that is applying for that position is applying for it because they have a passion for sports. If that's all that you can bring to the table, you're losing before you win. I mean, you just are. Like, before you even get a chance to actually try to achieve, you're already losing. So figure out what your skill set is, hone it, fine tune it, and be the best at it. And it kind of ties into the last quote. This is actually the daughter of, I mentioned earlier that I'm really good friends with the brand manager for Aurora Healthcare in Chicago. This is actually a daughter I was their advisor for the last couple of years while she was at UA. And she is now the marketing promotions coordinator for Arlington International Racecourse. And her piece of advice, and I love it, but I think it's a great way to kind of end this discussion, have a bad bitch mindset. And I love that outlook because so many people get into the sports industry and they freeze. And they don't believe that they belong there. They get around all these people that have been doing what they can do, for years, if not decades, and they feel like a fish out of water. You are setting yourself up for failure if you do that. You walk into that position like you deserve to be here. You wouldn't have gotten that position if you didn't bring a skill set to the table. If you weren't good at what you do, then they wouldn't have hired you. So be humble, be thankful for the opportunity. Don't come in, like, cocky and, just, almost like you're undeserving of it. So be humble, be grateful that you're there, but be confident. Like, have confidence in what you can do. Again, you got the position because out of the hundreds or thousands of applicants, you brought the best skills to the table. So if you own that, you're going to be successful in this field.
All right, a lot of folks jumping in. I appreciate that. Thanks for not making me feel lonely. This is very much your time. It's not mine. If it's helpful to you, I'll give you a brief, try to keep it brief history of how I got here. And then you guys could just fire away with questions if you want me to start that way. I can see a bunch of you. If you nod yes, I'll start with my story, and if not, we can get right into yours. So whichever you prefer. So you need a little background on me?
Sure.
No, I got a little bit of nods. All right. So the main thing you need to know is I'm a Temple graduate. I'm a proud Temple graduate. I'm a Philadelphian born and raised. I went to school a million years ago, probably before your parents were born. That's a joke. I'm not really that old. But I'm old enough to have a senior at Temple University. My background professionally started when I was in high school. I was fortunate enough to get a couple of unpaid positions. I called them an internship, but I was really kind of there working with no responsibility or connection to any entity. I was just volunteering. Those were at what was then WCAU Radio, which is now it's 1210. I think they've changed their call letters. An AM station where I did sports, I did consumer affairs. I was just an old-fashioned production assistant, did whatever they asked me to do. Got to Temple University with a little bit of experience under my belt. Was fortunate to get a paying job at KYW Radio as a desk assistant and an internship at Prism Television, which is a regional sports network that is no longer in existence. It was kind of the forerunner to Comcast Sportsnet, NBC Sports Philadelphia, for those that are familiar with that. And when I graduated school, I worked full-time at Prism, where I became a very young producer of all types of content, studio shows, features, full-length programs, and then ultimately live events, which became kind of my stock and trade. In 1997, Prism closed, Comcast Sportsnet Philadelphia opened. I went to work for them. I was there for 8 years, primarily producing Phillies baseball, but I produced all kinds of programming for them as well. And then in 2005, Comcast asked me to join a management team overseeing several Comcast Sportsnet regional sports networks around the country. In 2011, NBC was purchased by Comcast, so we formed the larger NBC Sports Group. In 2013, that group merged in Stamford, Connecticut, where NBC, the NBC Sports Network, NBC Sports Olympics, NBC Digital, Golf Channel, and the NBC Sports Regional Networks management team all joined in that building. And that's basically where I've worked until the pandemic, and they sent me home. Professionally, among my most proud credits was to be a producer of Phillies telecasts for more than a decade. With NBC, I had a chance to work the Olympics, and I produced the women's basketball tournament, including the gold medal women's basketball team in Rio de Janeiro in 2016. And I've been in management for 15 years with a deep production background, and now I oversee all content and live programming for all the NBC Sports regional networks, which includes not only linear programming, but digital content, social content. We launched an app, we redesigned our website. So I've had my hands in some form in all of that. So with that as the background, my story, I want to hear yours and so fire away, guys. However we want to do this, I guess, is there a hand raising function in this, or Brian, how do these folks communicate best? Hands. Okay, I see hands.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I see Adam, you had your hand up first, so fire away.
Hi, how's it going? I'm a senior producer for Owl Sports and Owl Access Pass more specifically. But my question is, like, when you're going into the job field, like hiring more specifically, what are you generally looking for in producers? Are you looking at reels of shows they produced, or are you looking at their resume, or both?
So for me, it's a combination of both. The biggest piece for me is really speaking with the individual. Interviews really matter to me. And what I'm looking for in the interview, I don't expect anybody that graduated college to have a refined skill set. And that's in any field that you go into. So if you have experience while you're in school, it's a leg up. For those of you that were on with Jay Harris, I thought he had some really interesting insights about that. If you have experience, it's a positive. If you don't, it is not meant to like sink your opportunities. So for me, it's about looking at raw materials, people that have a inquisitive mind, that are like, they're asking questions more of me than I am of them to learn about the position, selling themselves to me, and like, this is what I bring as an individual. And so that part for me is important. The hard part for you guys is getting the interview, right? Because you will flood, many job sites with that have listings. Breaking through to get the interview is hard. And that's why the best that I think one of the things Jay said that was really smart was networking. And if you have no professional contacts, don't be afraid to dip into organizations. Everybody's reachable now, right? Dip into organizations, find a contact there, whether it's human resources or somebody in a department that you're interested in. That could be your conduit. And if it's just hey, I'm a student or I'm a graduating student, I'm interested in learning more about you, you can do it through LinkedIn, and make that contact. And then essentially that begins your networking.
Thank you so much.
You got it. Will, I think you were second.
Cool. Yeah, thanks, Jon, for speaking with us today. It's really nice. So there's a lot of other producers in this chat right now that I see. Some that I produce with All Sports Update. I co-produce with Adam. And my question was, most of us are producing maybe 1 to 2 shows a week. Now, what's the experience from transitioning to 1 to 2 shows to maybe 5 to 6 shows a week? And maybe the length is increasing as well, like how to decrease burnout, but also like improve productivity.
So it's like, I'll use a sports analogy. It's like a college athlete that plays 3 basketball games a week and goes to the NBA and now plays 4 or 5. Like, and you play a 35 game season and you got to prime yourself for an 82 game season. The reality is that the only way you learn to pace yourself is by experiencing the pace. Burnout is something like I'm one of these people that I've worked. Everybody will tell you they work incredibly hard, right? Everybody will tell you they work ungodly hours. Some people may or may not be telling you the truth. In my case, it is completely the truth. I had multiple jobs when I was in school. I was a very good student, so I gave all my time to school as well. I basically put my life on the side and I devoted everything to school and work. And since I've been in work, which I started at a young age, I never stopped. Like I was one of these, I always consider myself somebody that wasn't necessarily the smartest, I wasn't necessarily the most creative, but I knew I'd get along with people and I knew I could work my ass off and no one was going to beat me at that. So what I attempted to devour many times was probably biting off more than I could chew, but I learned and I figured out how to flourish in time. So and I'm not telling you that like my path is the right one, because sometimes like burnout is real, right? And a life work balance is real. I've never been really good at that, but I try to be good. I try to be fair in the moment to whatever it is I'm doing. So if it's my job, it's my job. If I'm devoting time to my wife and children, it's my wife and children. If it's a charity event, it's the charity. I'm not one of these people that's on my phone all the time, acting like I'm a doctor on call that somebody needs me for surgery. I think that's a little bit annoying. But if I'm in, whoever I'm with, I give them my fullest attention. And a lot of times it's work. So whatever challenges that all of you face ahead, take them head on, take them for real. Don't paralyze yourself into thinking this is too much, and take it like bite off doses, like take it literally a bite at a time, and you'll get used to the pace. And ultimately, if you feel like what you've gotten involved in is this snowball rolling down a hill that you can't stop, you can get out, right? You can stop, you can change. No one is ever forced to do anything. Everybody it's free will, and you can change your course like that. if you feel like, well, I have this really good job, but it's kind of taxing me and I don't want to leave it because I want to try to figure it out. I've come to crossroads like those in my career, and I've gone to my boss and I've said, whoever my boss was at the time, I've had 2 or 3 of those heart-to-hearts. And I've said, look, I love what I'm doing. I can't keep this pace up. Can you take this off my plate? You know, can this, you know, of the 50 things you have me doing, can we take 10 of them away? At one time, when I was like a fully grown individual with kids and a wife and many years of business, I had a heart-to-heart with my boss, and I said to him point blank, if you keep me doing this, I will quit in 2 years. So if you want me to stay with you and continue to flourish, you got to help me out. If not, you will burn me out in 2 years and I'll go work somewhere else. And fortunately, he listened and he helped me out.
Awesome. Thank you.
I see Ishmael.
Yes. Hi, John. I just wanted to say, first off, thank you for coming to speak to us. But
Sure.
My question is, I wanted to know, how did you transition from the production side of media to management? Like, what was that like? And then my second question is, if someone wants to become like a manager for a media like station, would you recommend them just go straight into management or try production first and then work your way into management like you did?
So I'll answer your second question first. Management is difficult, but there are people that are trained to manage. I was not. I felt my leverage in management was having done what they asked me to manage. So I cannot speak from experience or recommend going directly into management from personal experience, but that's not to say it's a successful path. I just never did it, so I can't say. To your first question, which kind of dovetails to your second, my transition to management was very unorthodox. I was literally a producer my entire life. Now I managed productions, so you have that experience of dealing with a team and getting the most out of them and building relationships. So all that was true, but it was towards an end. You showed up for a project, whether it was a game or a show or a project that took several weeks or months to build out, something long form, but ultimately there was an end. And so you built towards it, you were able, it was tangible. Was it good? Was it bad? How did people receive it? And you move on. When you go into management, it's essentially, it never ends. You are always managing something. You're always tending to something. And I did not enter management in a traditional style. But literally, I produced a Phillies game on a Sunday in October of 2005. And 2 weeks later, the Monday after 2 weeks later, I started my management job with zero formal training. But what I did was I brought with myself the skills that I had always done as a producer, which was be prepared, be a good listener, be a team player, realize that there are people that you have to manage down and manage up to, and make sure you cover both bases. Don't just, pander to your bosses who are checking in on what you're doing, and don't just, shield your workers and ignore your bosses. You have to have that balance. And in time, I figured it out. It was not an easy transition for me. Quite frankly, I was scared. I went to a very large meeting my second day on the management job with people from all levels of the business that I was familiar with, but really didn't know what they did. And they were in marketing, they were in sales, they were in legal, they were in distribution, they were in finance. And I was the production guy. And while I felt not as businessy as them, and I was really intimidated by the group, I literally left the room and I had to go find a quiet spot where I took deep breaths, because I thought, I can't hang with these people. They have a whole different skill set. I have no idea what they're talking about. And then a light bulb went off above my head, and I said, and you know what? They have no idea what I'm talking about. They hired me to bring what I bring, and they bring what they bring. It's my job to learn more about them. Hopefully they'll learn more about me. And in time, I made it work.
Thank you.
Sorry for rambling, but I did. I hope that was helpful. Jack, I think you're next.
Hi, Mr. Slobotkin. Thank you again for coming in to talk to us. I remember you from last semester. You came in to talk to us, and it's always great to see you again.
Thank you.
I was just wondering what the beginning of your career was sort of like, getting into the production field. What were those early jobs that you really had to get into that really kind of, got your foot into the industry, whether it be, working a small game or something like that? I just want to see what got your foot into the industry.
So I started in radio as a production assistant. So I learned more like journalistic values and how to put together what was like a newscast or a sportscast. And then when I started working in television, I worked at a very small station, at Prism, which was a premium cable channel that not most of the people in the city of Philadelphia didn't have. It was more a suburban and South Jersey distribution path. But it was a channel that had movies and live sports. And when I joined that team, it was basically starting up a sports coverage unit beyond the games, but to do like wraparound shows between the games. And it was a small staff with people that were really starting out in television. So it was the old analogy of like doing a show in your garage. I mean, I literally could do whatever I wanted there. I mean, they didn't let me host shows or whatever, but from a production standpoint, I was able to shoot video, edit video, write, work on production switchers, do a lot of field shooting at a very young age with very little restrictions. So it taught me a lot about things at an introductory level, and it enabled me to refine what it was that I thought I was pretty good at and what I thought I wanted to do. And ultimately that parlayed itself into producing live events, which much like my management experience was very unorthodox. I was working in this unit where I was producing full-length shows, features, magazine shows. And I was kind of like I won't say I'm the lead producer, but I was one of the people that was there the longest, but only because I was there when I was in college. And I was 22 years old. And the person who was supposed to produce the 76ers game that night was sick. And the director called me up, and our offices were down the hall. And he said, "Do you want to come up and produce the 76ers game?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And as I'm walking up the hall, I'm like, "I have no idea how to produce a 76ers game." So I sat down in the chair, and the director, who became one of my mentors, who was actually the boss, who gave me took the weight off my shoulders almost 15 years later, 10 years later, said to me, "This is all I need you to do. Like, here's like your 3 things you need to pay attention to. Do that. We'll have fun. And then these next 2 hours will be like the fastest in your life." And he was right. I got bit by a bug to wanting to produce live events, and that's what I did. So to the extent that you can get to a place that avails you a lot of opportunities, take it and do them, and you'll really figure out what you like about the business and what the business likes about you.
Thank you so much.
You got it. Jonathan.
Hi, John. It's a pleasure having you here. I was wondering, since you've produced like so many different like live events, like how many people do you have in all the different positions, and how hard is it to manage like the different people at the different skill set?
It depends on the size of the show. Like my area of expertise is regional sports productions, which for you guys, if you're fans of local sports teams, that's what your games are on a regular basis. And an average production that the regional level that we oversee has between like 20 and 25 people that work on that event. And generally the lead people at that event are the producer, who largely oversees the graphics, the announcers, the replays, the tape room, and he works or she works with the director, who oversees the camera operators, the audio operator, the technical director. The director is more of the technocrat. The producer is more of the storyteller, if you had to kind of break it down. But in reality, both jobs require skills for both. So it's a 25-person team generally, and you kind of know, it's like when you anything that you guys do as a group, like everybody knows, all right, I'll go hit this side, you go hit that side, and you kind of take care of your responsibilities. And the amazing thing about the regional sports world is you do games on the road all the time. You have home games and you have road games. When you go and do games on the road, of those 25 people, generally 20 of them are people you may have never met before. And they show up at 1 o'clock for a 7 o'clock airtime, and they leave at 10. And in that window, you meet them, you figure out how to mesh your skills together, you put the show on the air, then you clean it up, and then you move on to something else. It is the ultimate live high wire act, and it goes off amazingly smoothly throughout, every day throughout the year all across the country. And it really speaks to the spirit of cooperation that people bring when they come to those jobs.
Blake. Hey, John. So last summer I interned at the PR firm, and one of the clients we worked with was NBC Sports, and we helped out with coverage of the American Century Championship in Lake Tahoe. I'm just curious if you like are familiar with the event and if you ever done any work with them, and also what is your relationship like being in management with the PGA Tour and the Golf Channel?
So very little experience with the Golf Channel. I know people that work there. In fact, one of the heads of technical operations for the Golf Channel is a Temple graduate. His name's Mark Caputo. That what I know about that event is there were times that there were promotional needs for that event on the regional sports network. So I would work with like my marketing contact. They would give us information to promote that event. Last year, if I'm not mistaken, I could have my years mixed up because of the pandemic, but there was they shot a Race in America episode at the event because a number of celebrities were going to be there to partake in the tournament, and so we ended up using what was shot at that event, which included celebrities from other sports like Jimmy Rollins, former Philly, I believe Steph Curry was there from the Warriors, and we ended up breaking that into other programming that appeared across the NBC Sports regional networks. And that's an example of the type of synergies you figure out when you work for a larger company. Charles.
Hi, John. First off, I want to thank you for doing this. It's really
Sure.
helpful for us.
My pleasure.
And second, as someone who's already graduated, how do you recommend breaking through into getting a job in this field when, we're in a pandemic and it's the amount of jobs are few. So, I've been looking since May and it's been hard.
So don't be discouraged. What is it you want to do? What would be like, what kind of things have you gone for?
So I've been working as a freelancer and intern with the Flyers in their arena production. So pretty much just like all aspects of that kind of production. And obviously, without there being fans in the arena, it's hard to do that. So, I just like doing live sports. I like editing packages and highlights for that. And, any control room position type stuff too. I know that's a lot of freelance work too.
Yes. So there's a lot of, look, the general advice I would give you is don't be discouraged and find as many contacts. So you already have an in with the Flyers, even though I'm sure it's not a full-time gig. And like you said, with no fans, it certainly takes away from what you do, but ask the people you work with for recommendations. If you want to work as a technician, who are the local crewers in the area that you can just get on their radar? If you want to work in some other level of production, ask them, do they know anybody at NBC Sports Philadelphia that they could recommend just to have an informational conversation with? Go on job sites and find things that appeal to you and match your skill set. I have a son who's is going to graduate with a degree from Fox, and what I've tried to say to him is, don't don't apply to 30 jobs on jobs like the algorithm will think you're crazy, right? So just try to focus on what it is that you think is a match for you, and reach out and try to find someone in that organization to cut through the mess. If you can't, don't be discouraged. Just keep looking. It's a big world out there. Everybody's always looking for talented, young, eyes wide open. I'll run through a wall for you kind of people. So just leverage your contacts as often as you can. Discipline yourself to try to find people in organizations, and be strategic about use job sites, but do not be discouraged. Jake.
Yeah, first I just want to say it's nice to talk to you and thanks for giving us your insight.
Thank you.
So I know there's a few of us in this breakout room right now, and we work for the production team at the athletics department at Temple. I know we've also had our own fair shares of productions that kind of went south. So I think I just want to ask kind of your advice on keeping a level head and when the broadcast kind of starts to go downhill.
Yeah, that was so I started producing live events in the late 80s. And in the late 80s, when you produce live events, if you weren't a madman, you were not you weren't cut out for the job. It was almost required that you rant and rave, you scream at people, you belittle them, And then everybody, wow, that person's really in charge. And as you would imagine, it was very male dominated. So it was very much the alpha male who was in that job. And I watched enough people do that in meetings, in some level of production, in conference rooms. And I knew there was no way I was going to be that. I was not. And I thought of like, at the time, I don't remember who the politician was or some brand where they talked about a kindler, gentler approach. And that was going to be my approach, because I was never going to be somebody that, and believe me, everybody has a gear to get there, right? When you freak out. But I always approached that specific role as no one comes to work wanting to screw up. So if I'm going to call somebody out and freak out at them for making a mistake, there is no way that I'm going to make them feel worse than they feel because they made the mistake. So there's always teaching moments. And so when the opportunity presents you, maybe you pull the person aside or you have a conversation, and he or she, whoever it is, like, you want to try to get to a better place, but like that, don't ever feel it's your responsibility to act out if something has gone wrong. And if anything, I think people will respect you better if you act with a cool head, even if it's completely your fault and you want to say, hey, my bad, all me, I shouldn't have done that. Like, okay, got to move on, right? You're doing a live production, like, let's go. And because I worked with people that love to shame people and call people out and throw pens at monitors and act like, they needed to show the crew that they were in charge, like, that was not for me. And I've had my moments, right? But like people always knew if they were going to work with me, they were going to get control, they were going to get cooperation, they were going to get organization, they were going to get direction, and we'd work it out. So that's my method of success. I don't know if it works for you, but I highly recommend it.
Thank you.
Chris.
Hi, John. Thanks for being here again. I was just curious, more of a technical question. How has remote production kind of been integrated across NBC Sports Network, especially because of the pandemic? Yeah,
it's changed mightily. The traditional method of remote production was a remote mobile unit that would go to the game site wherever it is. The 25 people would show up and you do the thing and you'd roll. Now there's a limited amount of people that are allowed in facilities. So productions have become, and by the way, there was your production, the home production was there, the visiting production was there, and sometimes a national production would be there. So that 25 became 50, which became 75, which if it's national production, maybe it's 80 or 90. With the limited access to facilities and the limited number of people that are allowed to be on site, a lot of what happens now is back at a remote facility. So clearly, sights and sounds have to be captured with the events taking place, right? There's always going to be cameras and microphones in the venue where the game is being played. But instead of the rest of the technical crew all being there on site in a mobile unit, some are in a mobile unit, some are in 2 mobile units spread out because you can't have the same people in one mobile unit. But the second mobile unit that was there for the visiting show, or the third mobile unit that was there for the national show, is not. And instead, that one signal that is being produced by the home feed is going back to facilities for the visitor and the national, and they have people back at their home bases that are integrating those telecasts. So it has changed completely. That is a direction that the industry was headed to an extent for efficiency and technology. And now that the pandemic hit, it is absolutely, it is a necessity. And I believe that will be one of the staples coming, even when people are allowed to return fully to work, fans can return to the game. I think that day of 3 53-foot production trucks being parked in an arena are going to be over.
Thank you.
Jonathan?
Hi, John. Thanks for coming in today. My question is, let's just say like during a broadcast, when a breaking news story comes in and like possibly changes the whole thing on the current broadcast, like how do you like, or how will you be prepared for that? Like while you're on like running the show pretty much?
It depends on the level of the story, right? If it's like legitimately breaking news, for example, when Kobe Bryant died, last year. We had 2 basketball games, one in Washington and one, I think, in Boston, that were getting ready to go on the air. Now, Kobe Bryant did not play for Washington, nor did he play for Boston, but Kobe Bryant, I don't know, I'm sure all you guys know, titan of the game. That was a game where, like, for both of those telecasts, whatever they had planned to kick off the telecast, matching up whoever their opponents were, they threw that out the window, and every story was about Kobe Bryant. It was memories of Kobe Bryant. It was Kobe Bryant's connection to your organization. And that happened all across the NBA. If it's something to a lesser degree, like you have a starting pitcher in a telecast that gets hurt and the nature of the injury ends up being a little bit more severe, then you certainly devote time to telling that story, but the game remains the thing. Emotionally, you're still trying to press on. Now, if a guy's carried out on a stretcher and it looks like, God forbid, then that could also kind of take something in an emotional direction. So really, the best way you prepare for that is through experience. Like when you handle things you've never done before, it builds a profile for, okay, this happened. The next time this happens, I'll do this better. But for something like and most of the people that produce like live events in the NBC Sports national and regional world are tenured veterans, so they've been through something like that. But there are standards and guidelines to discuss, like depending on if there's, again, these are all God forbid scenarios, but political upheaval, some sort of a cataclysmic world event. You talk those things through in terms of places to go and ways to go when those things happen. The number one underlying thing to all of that is emotional judgment. If you are responsible for determining what the course of that telecast or show is, think to yourself, what do the people at home expect? Like, what are the people at home thinking about? What are they talking about? Now you have Twitter to tell you that, right? Not necessarily everyone at home is on Twitter, but that's a pretty good sample size of what the public is thinking. And that's a way to kind of steer the editorial in the direction where you're feeding what people want.
All right, thank you.
You got it. Anything else? And you guys want to tell me anything about yourselves? Jonathan, I see you have your hand up. No, hands down. All right.
Well, I put the hand up. I thought I'm good. I was wondering, you've covered like so many different live events. What's the hardest live production you've had to do?
It depends. I mean, like I personally love the game of baseball because it has a great pace. But for some people, baseball is difficult because it's not a linear sport. Like it doesn't go back and forth. There's angles and oddities and things you need to prepare for. Then the bigger the production becomes, the more difficult it is to manage. And like have the biggest events I've ever done have been like I did the women's basketball in the Olympics, but even that from a resource perspective was not as big as like the Super Bowl. But if you get into something where it's 50 cameras, it's 50 replay sources, it's helicopters and drones, and like there are productions like that. For that, what makes those manageable is you have subgroups of people that manage different facets of that, and ultimately one person is responsible for bringing it together. Like Fred Godelli is the executive producer, coordinating producer of Sunday Night Football, and has been producing that show for years. He's done Super Bowls. He's a tremendous live event producer. He's done the biggest shows in the world, and he whittles them down to their essence. And he relies on his team, and he relies on his senses, and he does a great job with that. So difficulty is really a matter of size and a matter of your level of like the world you feel most comfortable in. And for me, it was always baseball. Sachin, is that how to pronounce your name? Sorry if I got.
Yeah, it's Sachin.
Gotcha.
But yeah, great to be speaking to you. I had a question on like how exactly did you begin to build experience that would like make you more appealing to like employers that you could like put on your resume?
That's a great question, and it's the old conundrum of like, how do I get experience if you don't give me an opportunity? I would say this, getting the job if it requires experience may be prohibitive. anybody that's looking to hire, like I said at the beginning of this call, anybody that's looking to hire somebody out of college that has, you know, direct experience, they're probably looking more for a needle in a haystack, because more times than not, it's probably going to be some experience versus no experience. For me personally, any job that I had, once I got it, I tried to like volunteer to do whatever it is was somewhat near my skill set, even if I knew I was going to be overmatched at first, because I wanted to show value and I wanted to show, and for lack of a better term, and this is not to sound too macho, but I wanted to show fearlessness. Like, if you ask me to do it, I will do it. Even if I suspect I won't do it well out of the gate, I will do it anyway. And so I was always one to raise my hand. Ultimately, I think that's gotten me in a lot of difficult positions, because that's created my lack of work-life balance. And so I end up working on things that I probably shouldn't be, or being dragged into things because people want me to be, that I probably could have skipped. But it's always been important to me to be like a team player and jump right in when the opportunity exists. So I would say, once you crack that seal, or if you've already done it at whatever job you're in, don't limit yourself. You know, don't pigeonhole yourself. Even if you're in a job that's very specific, that calls for you to do one thing, if you ask people intellectually curious questions about other opportunities, if you pick people's brains about what they do, it shows. And again, it doesn't have to be somebody that's looking to hire you. It could be a coworker. It shows that, like, you're trying to build your skill set, you're trying to build your mindset, and people notice that. And more than people noticing it, you build yourself up to be this individual that brings more than a very narrow set.
Okay, thank you.
Don't be afraid to fail. And if anybody you work for, knowing they're putting you in a position that you're not prepared to succeed and you end up failing, if they make you feel badly about that, they're probably not good people to work for. Remember that. That's something to file away. Jonathan, is that your hand up again?
Unfortunately,
It's okay.
I was gonna ask about you're saying like graphics and replays. How do they manage to do that during live productions, and how many people are at like those specific jobs? Because you're saying you're the one that gets to oversee the last thing that goes before it goes on.
So I generally, like the replay group is anywhere from 2 to 4 people. You have, depending on whatever you sit, and this is true if you're in a control room in a truck, or in a if you're working from home and they've outfitted you with a monitor, you're the person that is, you have to keep your eyes on what they're working on to determine where you want to go. It's not a difficult thing to do, but it's absolutely a difficult thing if you haven't done it before. But you also rely on the replay people to sell you. The same thing with the graphics. You call for things, but they sell you things. A good graphics producer, a good replay producer, and again, a replay operator can kind of be his or her own producer, where they say, you just saw this amazing defensive play. And so what you want to hear is somebody on the replay, and the replays generally are identified by letters or names. They'll say, A's got a great look. So maybe you weren't looking at A, maybe you were looking at B, but A says A's got a great look. You trust A, you go to A, and hopefully A didn't oversell and the look is good. But it's live event production is really like it's a team exercise, and really good producers know how to get the most out of their team without making it feel like it's their show. They make it feel like it's everybody's show. Hi, Jackson. How are you?
Hi, John. How are you doing today?
Good.
I think I've spoken to you a couple times before in
yes.
my sports updates class.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too. Apologies if this has already been answered or asked. I just came into this breakout room a couple minutes ago. But one thing I'm really curious about is, personally, I want to get into being on air. And we've done a lot of stuff with Our Sports Update over Zoom, doing that stuff because we can't get into the studio. You look on TV, people are calling in over Zoom. As someone who wants to get into on air and being on camera, do you expect that Zoom, that virtual Zoom type of production to continue into the future, even after maybe the vaccine comes out?
I do. I don't know to what extent, but to the ability that you guys can master this, it's not a bad thing. And one of the things about mastering this is making sure that you look good. You know, if you like frame your shot the way you want it to be shot, put the camera at eye level, make sure you have proper lighting. Not that I did a great job with it, but like if you're putting something together on Zoom that you want to use either for an audition or some form of resume link, make sure it looks like you're doing the best you can to mock like you're in the studio. But I do think it's going to stay in some form, and to the extent that you guys get comfortable with it and know how to properly bring technology to it, I would definitely continue to develop that.
Thank you. And I guess a quick question off of that, you mentioned like use it as like a resume, or like a link. Is that something you think I should include maybe in a resume reel, like clips of me being on Zoom, because it is going to stay possibly?
So this is what I'll say about a resume reel, and they're really hard. The people who watch resume reels, and I'd probably be in the minority, they usually will watch like 30 seconds. And if they don't see what they like in 30 seconds, they're gone. Now, that's not to say they won't come back, right? But they're generally gone. So whatever it is you put up first, it better be your calling card. Like if it's people use it, it's an overused term in corporations. It's the elevator pitch. If you were taking an elevator to a top floor with an executive, the time it would take you to get on the elevator and explain that to that person, same thing with a resume. It's got to hit people over the head right off the top. And if it doesn't, think twice about putting it on there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. Do I have something in the chat? Sorry. Is there a question?
I was just giving a heads up. There's 3 minutes left in the breakout rooms, and they're going to
got it.
So, yep.
Got it. Okay. Sorry. Not as smooth as I should be with Zoom. I spend my time on Microsoft Teams. That's what our company uses. So we got a couple minutes left. I'm glad to hear something from you guys. Anything you guys want to tell me about yourselves? Anything, fire away. I'm glad to do this. I love the university. It's in my heart and soul, and I want to see all you guys go on to doing something that you want to do, even if it has nothing to do with this field, by the way.
I think I just want to say there's a lot of really talented students here at Temple, and we work on a lot of different media outlets that for the most part we probably do less than what that you would be doing in the real industry, but for the most part we all do what a real station would be doing, a real media outlet, real newspaper would be doing. So it's been really good experience, and we've got a lot of really hardworking people here and do a really good job, and they want to get good at what they do, and there's a lot of talent here.
One of the things that Jay Harris said, for those who were in there, should be universal. Be yourselves. Whatever you do, doesn't mean you don't have to be on air. Whatever you do, whatever project you're working on, bring what you bring to that project. Everything you bring will be yours. You are individuals. You have your own ideas, your own thoughts, your ability to work as a team player, your ability to work as individuals, your ability to ingrain, to lead, to follow, whatever it is. Bring something of yourself to whatever you do. That way you will always own a piece of it. And you'll know that you can take that to the next thing because it was yours. So like don't ever think that just because you're part of a team that you blend. Of course you blend. That's part of the success of learning how to be part of a team. But you are on the team for a reason, not just to take up space. So whatever it is you bring you, because that is essential.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Danny, I love your picture there of Winnie the Pooh. That is, I would give that the prize of the day. When I saw that earlier, it made me smile, and I'm glad you never took it down. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks for this, John. There's a lot of really good information, a lot of really good insight, and stories and everything, and really beneficial. So we appreciate it.
You got it, guys. So if you want to find me, I'm on LinkedIn. Feel free to connect. Wish you all luck. Be great, work hard, and if you ever want to bounce anything off me, just reach out. And I wish you all the luck in the world. Go make it happen.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm glad we all got in the room. I will introduce myself real quickly, but I'm hoping that
this can be a dialogue because I don't like talking at people, especially over Zoom. I think it's kind of weird. So I'm hoping you guys have questions. And I personally don't feel like we need to be super formal and do chats. Just unmute yourself, holler at me, tell me what's on your mind, let me know how I can help you, and I'd be glad to. I will give you the short synopsis of my life. I grew up in New Jersey. I went to Penn State, had no clue what I was going to major in, kind of stumbled into sports journalism by dumb luck, and spent 4 years with the Daily Collegian, the Penn State newspaper, student newspaper, which was a godsend. So all of you that are thinking about a career in sports journalism, if you aren't on a newspaper currently, go get yourself on one, or in the broadcast or whatever you guys have. I know Temple has everything, so make sure you take advantage of that. I bounced around a bunch of places. I won't bore you with my resume, but I started at a small paper at the Trentonian, which is a tabloid in Trenton, New Jersey, and I covered Little League baseball. So you want to talk about starting at like the ground level, interview an 11-year-old, it will humble you. And then, slowly but surely, I kind of just worked my way, not with a goal to become, and lo and behold, here I am. I'm at the Athletic for 4 years now, where those of you who aren't subscribers, I'd ask you to become them. But basically we're all about storytelling. We're all about finding little threads on a story and pulling and really telling nuanced stories, certainly breaking news and doing all the things that make journalism important, but also really telling stories, going behind the scenes and digging. Honestly, at this point in my career, it's been an amazing challenge because it's different than anything I've ever done. And it's, I don't know, it's been amazing to be able to just kind of have the freedom to really write again, as opposed to just type. So I would challenge all of you who want to get into print. It's an overcrowded field right now in some regards with less opportunities, which sounds really daunting and horrible. Like, okay, there's lots of people who want to do this and there aren't a lot of jobs. What you have to do is differentiate yourself. And the way that you do that is to become very good at what you do. A lot of people always are in a hurry to get big jobs and big names and cover big things. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you're covering, so long as what you're doing, you do it well. I've always said that my name is on everything I write. That's my byline, and beneath it, I'm going to be proud of it, no matter what it's about. So I would challenge you guys to approach it the same way. And that's how you differentiate yourself. It's not about how many tweets you have and how many followers you have, and if you're funny on Instagram or clever. It's about the quality of your work. And you can only do that by taking the time that it deserves and really digging in and priding yourself on becoming first a good reporter as well as a good writer. Read lots of people, read stories, I'm a throwback. I still get a newspaper in my driveway every day. I read all the time. I read magazines. I read books. I would challenge you guys to do the same. It doesn't have to be about sports. Just good writing is good writing. So anyway, again, I don't want to babble because I'm hoping that you guys are all young, aspiring journalists, which means you have questions, because that's part of being a good journalist, is to ask questions. So does anybody have thoughts on their mind of things that they want to talk about that that you're finding challenging as you're kind of getting started in this field, or things that I can kind of guide you through? Please, just like I said, unmute yourself. I don't want this to be formal unless you guys really want it to be formal. So go ahead. Who's up? Who's the brave one? Anyone?
Was there a journalist who you leaned on for advice and guidance early on in your career?
That's a great question, Jaden. Is it? Great question.
Yeah.
So Dick Girardi is my mentor. He worked at the Philadelphia Daily News. I was working at the Bucks County Courier-Times, a small suburban paper, doing good, fun stuff. But Dick was at the Daily News, and he helped me get the job there. And to this day is one of the people that I call if I have a question about whether I'm doing something right, whether it makes sense, whether it's a good story idea. And his advice was not just about how to write a good story, but how to behave as a sports writer, to make sure that you are respectful, that you ask intelligent questions, that you do your research ahead of time, that you don't just walk in and shoot from the hip. If you write a story or a column that, is not flattering about a team, you show up. You don't just write it and then never show up in front of the coach or the team again. You make sure that you're there to take the heat, to take the phone call when someone wants to call and yell at you. Let them yell. Find a way to stand your ground. All of those simple little things that, you know, make you respected, that matter. I think the most crucial thing you can do in this business to rise in the ranks is do your job in a way that people respect you. They don't have to like you. There's a big difference between liking you and respecting you. Not every coach loves me sometimes, but if I write something that's critical, it has facts behind it. It's coming from a place that's educated. It's not just me shooting from the mouth and then I don't show up. I've had Jim Calhoun screaming at me. I've had John Calipari not speaking to me. You deal with it. So part of the responsibility is making sure that you do this job respectfully. And Girardi was always one of the people that really shepherded me along, and still does. I mean, I've been doing this for 30 years and I still call Dick when I have a question. I don't pretend to have half of the answers, let alone all of them. So I think finding somebody like that is crucial, especially at the point that you guys are in your careers. You know, I always tell young reporters, if you go to a press box, if we ever get to go to a press box again, and you see journalists like myself, introduce yourself. Hey, I'm so-and-so, nice to meet you. We were all you. We're all willing to talk to you. Do you have any advice? Would you mind sharing your email, your cell phone? Can I shoot you a lead? What do you think? Don't be ashamed to do that. Like, how else are you supposed to figure it out, right? Like, ask for help. And I would encourage all of you, like I said, if we ever get to see a press box again, to introduce yourself to people that are inside of it, because we all want to help you. Like, we want this profession to be good, and you guys are the future of it. So I did that all the time. I was a pain in the rear end. So, and I still am. I still introduce myself to people all the time. Like you guys, like I think I can learn from you. Like, you are way more savvy than I am on social media and things like that. I would love to hear information from you guys that I don't know. So, but yes, Girardi is the short answer. Other thoughts, questions?
My name's Alex McGinley. I graduated from Temple in May, and I wanted to get my start in industry, but obviously the job market's like really bad right now. So
yep.
I just wanted to like get your thoughts on how you made that like transition from graduating to college, getting your first job in industry.
Yeah, and I feel badly because my method and my route probably is hard to find these days. I did the traditional when I was a senior in college. I interned at the Trentonian that summer. Like I said, I covered Little League, whatever they asked me to cover. And then at the end of the summer, they offered me a job. And then one job became the next, right? Because the hardest one is the first one. Unfortunately, between a global pandemic and an oversaturated market, I know that is more difficult for you guys to do. There just aren't many opportunities, period. Right now, the industry is kind of up in the air. I think what you have to do is sort of be a polite pain in the rear end, if you will. Call places and ask them, hey, can I be a freelancer for you? Can I pop in and just introduce myself? You know, call the Daily News, the Inquirer. If you want to be a reporter, call Comcast Sports. I know you don't have a job, but I just want to introduce myself to somebody, drop off my resume, have a cup of coffee. If you have the opportunity and you need a freelancer, let me do it. You know, you guys are all on the Temple campus. I always offer this advice to student journalists. Go look at your team's rosters and find a player, especially in a sport that doesn't get saturated, you know, a women's whatever, soccer player, whatever, who is exceptional. Find out that person's hometown. Even if it's in Philadelphia, go to their local paper and say, hey, you probably don't even know about this person, but I'm sitting here. I'd be glad to do a feature story for you as a freelancer. Are you interested? And go with a pitch, not just I can do it, but what the story might be. That's a really good, easy way to kind of get your foot in the door. But you kind of have to barge your way in these days and understand that it may not be glamorous right away. It may not be a lot of money, unfortunately, right away. But that's what you have to do, is make connections and offer up your talents in unique ways. I've told 1,000 people about that idea of looking at rosters. You would be surprised. Like, some women's soccer player might be from Texas, and they're not going to send a reporter to cover her at Temple, but you could write it. Why couldn't you? Or better yet, if you know, look, Temple's in a league that is about this big these days of basketball teams. Half of the teams can't afford to send reporters to cover their basketball/football games, whatever. Call the local paper, say, hey, Memphis Commercial Appeal. Do you need a freelancer for this game? I'm sitting here. I'll do it. And then all of a sudden you've got a clip and you've got a connection. So really challenge yourself to think outside the box about how you can use your location in a way that's useful. I think that would help you get started. Other questions? Anyone? No. Unless I call them.
Hi, what has been the hardest part about being a sports writer, like in your experience? Like have you struggled with the most?
That's a good question. I think it varies day to day. Sometimes it's the art of writing. But, I think if you're looking bigger picture, I think it's the challenge of finding good stories and staying relevant. Like, there's so much stuff out there, right? Like people see everything on television and they know stuff. They know stuff about everybody from social media. So really finding sometimes a really good idea is challenging. It sounds really stupid, but it really is. Just making sure that it's original is hard. Not everything can be. So I find that talking to people and doing interviews and then saving some of the stuff, if you will, is really helpful. Like I went down a couple years ago to Tennessee and I did an interview with Grant Williams and Admiral Schofield when they played there. And at one point they talked about this whole weight training program that they did, and they were showing me pictures. And I didn't write it then. I saved it because I was like, I need a second story out of here. So kind of trying to find a way to load up your notebook is difficult. Certainly being a woman in this profession, I will say I've been maybe lucky isn't the right word, but fortunate. I've had really not a whole lot of horrible experiences. I've worked with wonderful people every place I've worked. Like my coworkers have always been supportive. Twitter is not supportive. I think social media is dangerous for everybody these days for a lot of reasons, not just because it's nasty, but you can equate that with the real world and it's not. I think you have to be really careful to step away from social media and remind yourself that not everybody's on it. And when people attack you on it, I always find it very useful to click and see how many followers they have, because sometimes it feels like the whole world is yelling at you, but it's really 4 people who each have 4 followers. So essentially it's 8 people yelling at you. It's really not worth it. But we can get caught up in that. So I think keeping your wits about you in the social media spectrum and not getting caught up in, I know branding is a big word these days, and I don't discount the need to brand yourself and make sure that you're noticeable and that people will read your stuff. But if your brand is just some persona, it's going to last for about 20 minutes. If your brand is good product, it's going to last a lot longer. So making sure that you really understand that, and people, we all can get caught up in that, right? Like, I think it's really easy to get lost there. So I would say that that's something that I have to remind myself of every day. Like, that stuff doesn't really matter. Do your job. That's what really matters. But yeah, so I think there's a lot of them. I mean, there's a lot of challenges these days. It's just different, it's really different. Other questions? Stuff I need to
Hey Dana, my question is, how do you manage to keep yourself informed in many sports without getting burned out?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I will say, so when I was at the Philadelphia Daily News, I covered Villanova because that was my beat. So I knew Villanova inside out and upside down, and I knew the Big East pretty well. I got to ESPN and I was like, I don't even know who's in the Missouri Valley, let alone know what's going on with how am I ever going to learn 353 basketball teams? And the answer is I'm not. I think you have to learn how to really pick your spots about what's important. Make sure you know the big stuff right at the top. Like, if in my sport, you really should be well informed in the top 25, 30 teams, at least know what they're up to, the important players, the important coaches, the trends, that sort of things, know the national news. And then you have to kind of pick your spots to figure out what else do I need to be informed about? Where else might there be a story that's a little beyond that? And that requires some digging. I did find early on in my career, what was super helpful, and I would advise all of you to do the same, is to talk to people, not just to write a story if the opportunity presents itself. And sometimes that's hard, but when I worked at ESPN, I went down to Peach Jam, the basketball tournament down in South Carolina. And I really didn't have a story to write. I went there to meet people, coaches specifically, and I would sit there, not even with my notebook open half the time, just to talk. I remember talking to Roy Williams from North Carolina about golf. I don't even golf, but like I wanted to talk to him so he would remember me and get to know me. So I think you have to be patient with yourself. I think it's unreasonable to expect that you're going to jump in and be an authority on everything from the moment you're hired. Just know your corner of the world. I think if the opportunity presents itself to be a beat writer first, which it doesn't always, I think that's the greatest way to learn this job. When you are responsible for one team inside out and upside down, then you become the master of that team, and that helps you develop the skills to become the master of other teams. When I covered Villanova, like there wasn't anything anybody didn't know about Villanova, like nothing. Like I went to practice sometimes, even when Jay used to have open practices, I didn't have to go. I just went because I felt like I needed to know what's going on. They needed to recognize me. And I really learned Villanova upside down, inside out. And then I was like, okay, now I'm going to pay attention to the Big East because this is who they compete against, right? And so you have to be patient and build your skills to learn how to do this job before you jump in and worry about learning everything. You know, at your age, I would suggest that while you may all have a favorite sport, and that's great, be broad-based enough that you're hireable to cover lots of things. You know, it'd be great to say, I'm a baseball fan and ergo, I'm going to get a baseball job. You might not. You might get a high school job and you're going to go cover football and tennis and God knows what. So just have a working knowledge of the basics of every sport. It doesn't have to be like every nuance of it, but a basic knowledge. If I threw you out at a baseball game, you would understand how baseball works. But don't expect too much out of yourself. I think at your age, sometimes you guys expect like, I should have a job here covering this, being that. No, there's no hurry. This is not a race. It's not like you must get a great job by the time you're 27 or you're an epic failure. I didn't get hired at ESPN until I was 38, 39. I mean, whatever. And I was perfectly content doing what I did. So be patient with yourself. Don't worry about the name of the place. I tell people all the time, like when you're looking to get an internship, maybe you'll get lucky and you'll have an opportunity to intern at ESPN or MLB.com, and that's great. But sometimes, honestly, the smaller internships are better because the jobs at MLB.com, those big national things, it's not always about doing the actual work. You're doing a bunch of other stuff. You know, when I interned at the Trentonian, I covered everything. I went to a Yankee game. I did Little League. I did swimming. I did everything. And so the smaller papers and the smaller broadcasts and the smaller internet sites will actually give you more opportunity sometimes than the big ones. So don't be caught up in like impressing people with where you work. Just go ahead and get a job that's going to teach you what to do and make connections. So be patient, like really, really, really be patient. And I know it's hard. Like I get it. I told everybody wants to get like here and it's hard, but I think it's the most important thing that you can do for yourself. Give yourselves a break, stop pushing yourself like into insanity, and also understand that starting low is sometimes more valuable than starting up here. I couldn't have done what I do now if I didn't cover Villanova and LaSalle back at the Daily News. I couldn't have. I learned so much from those responsibilities that that it made me better at what I do now. Other questions, guys?
When you're writing a story or when you're researching for a story, now these days there's so many different news sources. Like how do you determine like what are more credible sources to use for, you know, your articles? Like say, for example, the one you did recently on John Chaney, you know, like how do you sift through all of that data and then decide, do you have like regular ones you use, you know?
So the John Chaney one was a lot of my own experiences. So that one was like relatively unique, but it's a good question because if I'm going to fly to Texas Tech in Lubbock, Texas to go do a story about Texas Tech, I need to learn some stuff about Texas Tech basketball on my way there, right? Like, so who do I trust and how do I know that what they're out there is good? I think some things are obvious, right? Like the national sites of, you know, ESPN and Sports Illustrated, you know, and The Athletic, of course, that's credible. I think hometown newspapers and, you know, major city newspapers are credible. But you do have to be careful. And I do think you also have to never assume that what you have taken from somebody else should not be affirmed by the person you're interviewing. So like if you've read something about, I don't know, a coach has, got this crazy practice schedule or whatever, make sure you ask them the question. Number one, because you don't want to, it's okay to borrow other people's information, but you don't want to just steal it and not make it your own, right? So I tend to read other people's stuff for kind of a generic idea of what a team is all about or a person is all about, and then try to find a way to make it my own. So I might go and say, okay, I read, I went to Gonzaga in October and I read that, Jalen Suggs played football at, in high school and was a highly sought after football recruit. And I knew all of that, but I also asked him questions about it. So I took their information and kind of made it my own. But you do have to be very, very careful because, especially again, going back to Twitter, you see people breaking news and sources say blah, 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 and you retweet it and therefore you're endorsing it. And I would caution you not to do that unless you really know the person who has tweeted it and you look and see where their site is coming from, that you believe that that's true. And frankly, sometimes it's better off not retweeting it unless you actually know it for yourself or it's been confirmed by the source themselves. I mean, there's been a lot of major mistakes like that people just put, something that's running down the train and everyone says it's true. And then it's like, oh, wait a minute, it's not quite true. So I think there's this rush to be first about things sometimes. And really, more importantly, going back to what I said at the beginning about your credibility and the respect, being accurate is 10 times more important than being first. If you can be first and accurate, congratulations, you've hit for the cycle. But more importantly, you want to be accurate because as soon as your information is out there and it's wrong, that stays with you. So really be careful about who you trust. I think that's a really important question, to be really careful, especially in social media, about who you trust.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Others? Thomas, I think you're ready.
Yeah, hi Dana.
Hi.
Thomas Nemick, senior here at Temple University, journalism major.
Awesome.
I found like a lot of my freelancing that I've done during my time at college has been for the Temple News or, certain beats on the news. And I was wondering like if you had any advice, because I'm sure you freelanced throughout your career and at certain times. Any advice for, finding these freelance positions or just finding stories randomly, especially like coming out of college, if I just want to find, something on the side, like a story on the side.
Yeah, that's hard. And I'm not sure if you were in here earlier, but I was talking about like using the local rosters to try to like, if a girl's from Houston, call the Houston Chronicle and say, hey, I got a story here because I'm sitting here, let me hook you up. So use what's in your backyard, right, to go find opportunities elsewhere. When I worked at the Daily News, I started to intern at ESPN.com because back then ESPN.com consisted of Andy Katz and that was it in college basketball. They didn't have anybody. So I would pitch them ideas about Philly stuff, like Big Five stories, big games that were in the backyard, things like that. So I think I told the other, maybe before you came in too, like I said, Temple is in this massively spread out conference, right? So the Wichita Eagle might not send somebody to cover the Wichita Temple basketball game, but they might want to have a story on it that's not AP. And if you call them up and, say, hey, I'm sitting here, it's going to cost you nothing, I'll do it. And then see what they say. So use those sort of road visit teams to way to get in. I'll tell you another really good way to do some freelance work and just get some clips that I learned. Alumni magazines. I know that sounds silly, but alumni magazines require content. I've written for, like, I'm a Penn State graduate. I wrote about the Penn State wrestling team. So especially like unique stories like that, that's a great avenue because those tend to be a little bit more long form and honestly, they pay really well. So it's a good way to kind of stick your foot in the door. But I would really suggest looking at those like visiting teams or on the roster, or especially if you have the idea, right? Like if there's a tennis player at Temple who whatever has this amazing backstory and he's from Los Angeles and you know it, then you call the LA papers and then, or, and you pitch it to them. And it doesn't have to be these big city papers too. The local ones matter just as much. Don't, again, like shoot for the stars, shoot for the LA Times, but you know, if the smaller paper in and around said person's hometown wants it, that counts too. So you have to really be a go-getter to become a freelancer. You have to really, really think and search for stories, but it's possible. And especially because you're on a campus with dozens of stories essentially kind of unfolding all around you. So don't be afraid to like I said, use your location as an advantage, especially in Temple's League, because just everybody is, and these days especially, I mean, nobody's traveling anywhere. So I think that's super helpful.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anytime, anytime. Anybody else? Thoughts, questions?
Hi, I'm a freshman in high school, so I'm pretty new to like
Awesome.
sports journalism and broadcasting, but I was wondering, especially if you're kind of in a rut struggling to find anything that jumps out as interesting to you, how do you create engaging and interesting content?
It's a great question because we all get there. I mean, I've been covering college basketball in some capacity for 30 years. I'm kind of like, you know, every once in a while, you're like, I think I've written that story. It's hard. And I think what you have to do is really, you have to take some time sometimes to just, to spend a day literally looking for ideas. Start looking at, you know, in my position, for example, I would start looking at the top 25 and going through rosters and looking at players who are at the top of the rosters and then Googling, you know, I would Google like, you know, Joe Smith's family. That's one of my favorite Google exercises, or Joe Smith's father, mother, and see if there's something there and try to find that, you know, I start looking at trends, questions that I might ask myself too. It's hard. I mean, look, some days, some stories you're going to want to be in love with and you can't wait to write. And some stories you're going to be like, well, I just got to get through this one. I mean, right now, here's a good example of a way that I like got myself engaged in this story. So I'm not sure if you all paid attention, but on Twitter recently, UCLA gymnastics, women's gymnastics have posted a lot of really amazing videos of their athletes doing these crazy floor exercises, like Michelle Obama and Beyonce. All these women are retweeting all their floor exercises. So I kind of watched it, and then I got to thinking, like, well, like why are they doing that? You know, how brave it shouldn't be, but it's considered courageous because the university's putting like hashtags like Black excellence to their tweets and really engaging with the social justice stance on it. And then I got to thinking, like, well, how do they create them? Who does the choreography? So I just started to read a little bit, and then I just called UCLA. I'm like, I kind of want to do this story, and I didn't know if it was going to work. And I'm telling you, it's like, I'm super excited. Like, I can't wait to go type. Like, so you're not going to get one of those every day. Like, some of your stories are just going to be like, I got to get through this one, or it is what it is. But I would challenge you to really read and give yourself the freedom to have a couple of days to like just story hunt when the opportunity presents itself, and understand sometimes like the smallest thing can be a story. Like I think I said earlier, like with the Tennessee basketball players who talked about their weight loss and strength training, I was like, okay, well, whatever. And then I went back, and it was an amazing story about all the stuff that the strength coach had, his backstory and what the program was before, and how the head coach brought strength training in, and how these athletes kind of admitted to being kind of doughy and lazy and ate junk food. And it just kind of grew. It wasn't this massive idea. It was a small idea that grew. And I think it's sometimes easier to start small and build it out than it is to start with this massive idea and try to bring it in. I always think, like I always tell high school kids when they're writing their college essays, like write small rather than big. Like it's so much easier to boil down to one topic, small topic, and really talk to a bunch of people and pull that thread than it is to start with, like, you know, why is Indiana basketball good? Well, or bad, actually, to be accurate. That's a big question. An easier question might be like, what is wrong with Indiana's offense? Or why haven't they succeeded in recruiting X players? Take the big question and make it smaller and more answerable, and you might find that there's a really cool story hiding in it. But it takes time and it takes practice, and you're super young, and I think it's awesome that you're even here and that you care about trying, because that's 98% of the battle. Sitting here and caring about the profession, you are 10 miles ahead. So good for you.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Trevor, you have your hand up.
Hi, thank you for speaking with us.
Sure.
The beginning part of the whole thing here, but so I don't know if this was asked, but have you ever had a story that you were completely like really passionate about, and it was then rejected, and you kind of, I guess, had to, I don't know, what did you like learn from that experience, if so?
Yeah, I did. It did not go well. So I went to when I was at ESPN. They sent me to do a story with Dave Bliss, who was the head coach at Baylor many, many moons ago when a player at the Baylor basketball team was murdered by another player. It was a horrific scandal, including recruiting violations that he hid. It was a mess. Anyway, he got fired, needless to say. School got put on probation, and he ended up getting a job at a small Christian school in Oklahoma. And I went and spent like 4 days with him and rode on the shuttle buses and really reported this whole thing out, talked to his wife and all of this. And so it was interesting to me because it was like, he was sort of like, well, I'm moving along and here I am. His wife was still angry, but he was like on to the next thing. And my editors were like, well, he's not remorseful. I'm like, right. And they're like, well, we wanted him to be remorseful. And I was like, well, he's not. Like, I can't make him be what he's not. And they didn't want the story. They didn't think it was worth telling. And I'll be honest, I was pissed. I was really frustrated because I had spent a lot of time on the story and I thought that it was wrong. I mean, I just disagree with their thinking about why they were killing the story. And I fought super hard for it. And I offered to kind of re-report stuff, but I at the end of the day, I kept saying like, well, I can't make it be what you want it to be. Like, it's not fiction. Like, I can't just make it up. Like, this is who he is. I can't fix that. So it happens. It doesn't happen a lot, but it definitely happens. And I would argue that fight as best you can, stand your ground. If you feel really passionate about it and you are fact-based and you feel like you have a rational argument. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, like, we all have bosses, right? And that's the way the world works. And I was really, really disappointed. I will say that. Probably still am. And there were days that I thought, well, geez, we'll all write it for The Athletic. But now I'm just like, no, we're going to let that go. But that happens. I mean, I think the simple solution is when you talk with your editors about doing a story, even though you don't know when you go out to report something, how something's going to turn out, and you surely don't want to go in with preconceived notions that will direct you one way when you shouldn't. Like, you should not go in with preconceived notions about what it's going to be, because you never know. You have to be open-minded. But I think it's smart to have a conversation in advance with your editor saying, this is kind of what I think is this is going to be about. Not sure where it's going to lead, but what do you think of this general idea? So that when you embark to write the story, you guys are on the same page. I think that will save you a lot of aggravation, perhaps retroactively. But again, it does happen. It definitely happens. Right? Is it?
Hi, Daniel. First, I want to say this is one of my favorite books of all time. I promised myself if I ever got the chance.
You know how it ends, right?
Yeah. I promised myself if I ever got a chance to talk to, I mentioned that.
Oh, thanks.
In terms of getting onto a beat and developing sources and developing relationships with people on that beat, I'm curious how you go about that and how you also toe the line of, obviously it's a professional relationship, but you do become friends with some of the people that you cover, and keeping that line of professionalism and having those sources as you cover a team, league, those types of things.
Yep. It's a really important question because, look, I mean, you do this long enough and it's impossible to not like people. I mean, we're human, right? You spend enough time talking, especially when I deal with college athletes. Like, I mean, they're 18 to 22. I have one of them. I have a 20-year-old. Like, I like them. I appreciate them. I don't, whatever. But with coaches, it's even longer because I've known them for 20, 30 years, some of them. So it is very difficult. I think at the end of the day, again, it goes back to being respectful. And if you aren't a kind of person who just takes shots and shoots from the hip and doesn't show up and doesn't ask questions and doesn't, give the opportunity for the other side, then you're not going to have that respect. And if you pick your spots and your point is valid, then people understand that, all right, well, this makes sense. So the most important thing you can do in that circumstance, you always have to give the other side a chance to have their say. I just wrote a story a couple of weeks ago, a news story where a Kansas basketball coach with an ongoing FBI investigation. There were some documents about him allegedly, saying things in the court. I had to go to Kansas. Like, I could not write that story without giving Kansas a chance to defend their actions. You always have to do that. If you're going to write something critical of somebody, you have to give them the opportunity. I learned that lesson, I'll be honest, the hard way. I wrote a story years ago about Jim Calhoun when they were going through NCAA sanctions. And he basically said that he didn't know what his assistants were doing. I kind of made fun of him for pretending that he didn't know what was going on in the offices next door. I saw him at Big East Media Day, and he pulled me aside. He's like, I'm pissed. I'm like, what? He's like, you didn't call me. And I looked at him, I said, yeah, you're right. I can't defend myself, Jim. You're right. I'm sorry. And I was wrong. And you know what? He said, okay, I appreciate you being honest. So that's the most important thing you can always do, is give the other side an opportunity, be fair, be honest, be respectful. In terms of developing sources, number one, show up. Like, if a practice is open, you go to practice. If you're on the beat and they say you're having practice on Tuesday, and even you're like, I don't need to be there, you go, because they see your face and you see their face. You talk, you be personable. I always say, like, the lost art in journalism sometimes is, hi, my name's Dana. Like, people are human, right? Like, that's what you want. I always start a conversation with an athlete, like, how's classes? I don't care. I might not use it. If they say something interesting, I will, but it's just to be a nice person. Like, how are you? How's your day? Nice to meet you. Talk to everybody. You would be shocked when you cover a beat. The most important person is not usually the head coach. It's his assistants. It's the strength coach, the sports information director. If you are not nice to the sports information director, forget about it. Be nice to them. Thank them. Ask them for help. Be polite. Really talk to people sometimes when you don't need anything. Like, I will show up, like I said, I will go and hop on a Zoom call now because I can't be in person for a Villanova call. I don't need to talk to Jay about anything, but I'm just going to show up just to see what's going on and make sure I check in every now and again. So it comes down to a lot of basic human communication skills. And then always be very clear when you're on the record and when you're not. Like, don't burn people. I think you burn somebody and that's over. You're done. Like, you sit there and you sit down at a bar and have a conversation with somebody and he tells you something and you don't have a notebook out, or they tell you it's off the record on background and you write it, kiss that source goodbye for all of eternity. I basically, if someone tells me something that I would like to use, I then go back to them and say, hey, listen, I know you said this like in passing, but are you cool if I use it? If you don't want me to put your name to it, that's fine. I'll make it anonymous. I'll keep your name out of it, but I'd really like to write this. Is that okay? I just had that circumstance on Friday. Coach we're trying to write something about a player. He doesn't want me to quite write it yet because it might burn him. I'm like, no problem. I'll wait. I wrote a story years ago about Will Sheridan, who played basketball at Villanova, who was gay. And he did not come out until after he graduated. I sat on that story for, I'm not exaggerating, 16 months. Because you know what? It wasn't my story to tell. It was Will Sheridan's story to tell. And if he wasn't ready, who am I to go out and write that story? When he was ready, it was an amazing story. So really be careful, I think. Like, you can go out and win the internet for the day with this amazing tweet because you got some meaty gossip out there. And for one day, you're going to own the world. And that person that you buried is never going to speak to you again. Like, play the long game. Always, always play the long game.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Other questions?
Hey, Dana, do you mind if I jump in with a question here? First of all, thank you so much for being here.
Of course.
You write with, and I think a lot of people would say this, you have a great voice and a great presence in your writing. How long did it take you to kind of find that? But people talk on the broadcast side about finding your voice, but you do that as a writer too. How did you do that? And how long do you think it took you before you were like, my writing is kind of where I really want it to be right now in that area?
Yeah, I think it's like anything else. It's like repetition, right? It's like a baseball player. The more at-bats you get, the better you get to see in the fastball and so forth and so on. You find your voice the more you write topics that you are confident in. I think the easiest way to write with a voice that's strong is to have confidence in the topic that you're speaking about. So when you know you've researched it, when you know you've lived it and you understand it, it's very easy to have your confidence. In terms of your voice, this sounds weird, but I read my stories in my head out loud, if that makes any sense. Like I kind of, there's like a cadence to them almost. It's in my head completely. I kind of can't verbalize what I mean, but there's always a cadence to what I'm saying in my head. And I find that helps me a lot. I try not to, I'm not a person who's going to use all these, $400 words and a $20 word's going to do. That's just not who I am. So I just find like, I don't know, it comes from confidence of knowing the beat and just repetition. I think taking chances, the more you can write a column, like when you can write an opinion column, that helps you find your voice. Because when you feel passionate about a topic and you're gonna like kind of sound off about it, then your voice is gonna be relatively clear. But it's hard. I mean, it definitely is not something that I had. I don't even know. Probably not. And I probably started to get it when I was definitely at the Daily News. But again, like having someone like Dick Girardi to help me, reading other good writers, because you can, like, I could close my eyes, or not close my eyes, you could cover the byline on most of my good friends' writing, and I could tell you, oh, that's Pat Forty, that's Pete Thamel. I can tell, like, because I'm so used to reading their voices. So I've read other people, and I would encourage you guys to do that yourselves. But right now, I think the most important thing is to get the repetition, to get the nuts and bolts of how to do the job well done, and your writing cadence and your writing structure will come to you over time. But I also would encourage you, don't be a mimic. Like that doesn't work. You can't be me and I can't be you, and that's cool. That's what makes us all better. So, work on your own style as you can. If you're fortunate to get a good editor, I had a great editor at the Trentonian, Chris D'Amico, who was one of the best editors a 22-year-old reporter could ask for. He used to line edit me, like literally line edit me. And if you don't have somebody that will do that for you, find somebody that will help you get better by reading your stories line by line and helping you find words that don't belong. I never use the word ever because D'Amico told me ever doesn't mean anything. Like if you said he was the greatest baseball player ever, it doesn't add anything. So I never use ever. And I learned that 30 years ago because it stuck with me. So those are the kinds of things that you kind of gather over years. So if you don't have someone like a professor or an editor, find a friend, find a mentor, find an older journalist. Like I said, I always read. I have students send me leads all the time. I'm happy to read them. Just shoot me an email, hit me on a DM on Twitter. I'm glad to read them because I think that helps.
Thank you, Dana.
Sure. Anyone else have questions? I'm glad you guys have all taken a Saturday afternoon to do this. I think that's very cool. That's half the battle, is like I said. Yeah, Adam.
Yeah, hi, Dana. I just jumped in here, so I don't know if this question's been asked at all. I was wondering, I got into writing a little while ago, taking people like Jon's advice on things. I was wondering, is there a main word count with general stories that you kind of go, you read it back and you go, it might be a little too long, or is it just about the content? How do you write?
It's content for me. Like, I don't feel like, sometimes I feel like people think if you write 7,000 words, therefore it's wonderful. No, there could be 7,000 really crummy words on the page and 700 really great ones. I don't think long makes it better, and I don't think short makes it worse. I think it's about the content. I basically write until I feel like I'm done. I always tell people to be careful not to write, as I call it, the diapers to death story. Like if you're writing a feature story about somebody, not everything is relevant. Like just you pick on the moment that really matters in their life. Like you might have to go backwards and forwards a little bit, but if you're going back to their childhood and their childhood has absolutely nothing to do with who they are now, then don't bother. Don't go there. So do I have an average, probably like 2,000 words for what we do, maybe 1,500 on other stories, but I don't feel like that is that shouldn't be your goal to hit a certain word count. It should be to tell the story. Absolutely. I'm getting signs. Joseph, I think can you still talk?
Yeah. It's a pleasure talking to you.
My pleasure.
I'm a senior at Roman Catholic High School.
Awesome.
I want to ask this question because I know a lot of people are not good at not good at writing. Sorry, not good at writing. Has there been anybody in the sports journalism field that has never been good at writing at all, but always been good with their words?
Yes, I mean, I know some of the people I work with and have worked, alongside are much more, I would call transactional writers, if you will, right? They're breaking news people. They get information and they can spout it out and they can analyze things, do very like number oriented, like.
So pretty much we'll try to make this as interactive and beneficial for you guys and girls as possible. I'll just give a few things about myself and a few tips that I've learned across the way, and then we could really open this thing up and I'll take how many ever questions people want to ask. So pretty much just to give you the elevator pitch. First off, my name is Zach Gelb. I host the Zach Gelb Show on CBS Sports Radio, Monday through Friday. We air from 6 to 10 on the East Coast, 3 to 7 on the West Coast, to 200 affiliates around the nation, Sirius XM, Channel 206, and also the radio.com app. So I'm currently 26 years old. I went to Temple. I graduated in the spring of 2016 from New York, Long Island to be exact, on the whereabouts. And going to Temple was such a life-changing experience, not only with the diversity that the school has to offer, but also the tremendous media program that they do have, the School of Media and Communications. And, what I say to people, and this could sound obvious, but you have such a good platform for whatever 4 or 5 years, however long it takes you to graduate. And it may seem obvious, but I see a lot of people not do it, is just take advantage of truly what you have at Temple. What I think is neat about Temple, and I'm not disrespecting any other of the schools around the country, but a lot of other schools who are well-renowned broadcasting programs, they make you wait on the bench. That they'll make you freshman year, sophomore year, junior year, wait on the bench. And then your senior year, you end up getting on the air. And let me tell you, the first time you get on the air, let's be real, we all stink the first time you get on the air. So to me, that philosophy, I think, is so backwards, and that's why I did not go to any of those other schools. I thought I was, not to sound cocky, but I thought I was advanced from where I was and what a high school senior could be when I was picking where to go to college. And, I grew up in the radio business. I also, when I was a kid in high school, I was, to get reps, because getting reps is the most important thing, I was doing a high school radio show and making connections and so on and so on. So I got to college, and did I know everything? Absolutely not. But I had a nice chunk of experience. And, I'll never forget when I met with an advisor, an admissions advisor at Syracuse. I had a demo reel, and I went to go give them the demo reel, and they said, "Oh, we don't accept that." And I had someone explain it to me, which this is why I really did choose Temple, other than the fact that they sent you a very nice thank you note after you visited Temple University, was the way that it was explained to me was, if you were a football player and you're getting recruited by a school, you wanted to go to a school, the coach is going to look at your demo reel. So at Temple, I had a demo reel, and they looked at the demo reel, and they explained to me, we don't care if you're a freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, it doesn't matter. When you're ready to get on the air, we'll put you on the air. So through that, when I was visiting Temple, I met the program director of the sports director of the radio station, this guy by the name of Adam. And I interviewed, and then my freshman year, I was right on the air because they thought I was ready. So I think that's important, of taking advantage of the opportunity. And sometimes it's not right away on air. Sometimes you have to wait, but put yourself in a position where you stand out. That, to me, is the most important thing. And a lot of times college kids, and I saw it with my peers, they're afraid to hear the words no, like just the word no. For example, when I was at Temple, people would say, "How are you covering the Flyers games? How are you getting credentials for the Eagles games, the Sixers games?" Because I asked. I asked the sports information directors. I asked John DiCarlo and Matt Fine. So people would always say, "Oh, they're giving preferential treatment to others." It wasn't that. It was because I simply just asked. So I think taking advantage of the opportunities that you have, because in Philadelphia, there's a lot of opportunities if you're at Temple or wherever you may be getting your education, or wherever you may be interning at. I interned for Angelo Cataldi. I could not say and he wouldn't like me to say this, but there's so many nice things that I could say about Angelo Cataldi. I could just go on and on and on and on and on. And Angelo let his interns actually in some way be a part of the show. He would have us prepping the contest segments. He would give us little tasks. So it wasn't just, oh, you're sitting and watching the show for 3, 4, 5 hours or whatever it is. And I also think when you're at an internship, you don't want to be the know-it-all intern. You don't want to be the intern that is just giving his sports takes or her sports takes over and over and over and over and over again, because, you know, you got to kind of know where your place is, but you also have to try to help the person that you're interning. Yes, people think internships are, how can the person that you are learning from and as the mentor, how are they giving you help? You have to put yourself in a position to help that person that you're interning for. And I did that by anything they asked me, I would do it. But then I took it a step further and I said, hey, I had, Tom Glavine, a Hall of Fame pitcher, on my radio show. I'm like, WHIP, I had these guests on and I said, wouldn't you guys want to get them on WIP? And Angelo at first was like, he told me the truth of this story when I presented this to him. Years later, he said, yeah, when you said that, we never thought you were going to be able to get these guys on. And then Monday morning, like the next week, we had Tom Glavine on the WIP morning show. And that's how you just kind of stand out. Now, is everyone going to have access to being able to get some of these guests on? No, I'm cognizant of that. But you got to find ways. If they tell you, okay, we're doing the top 10 greatest Philadelphia athletes today, you better have the order that the host wants it to be in. You better put research in it. Don't just say, okay, I'm going to Google. I'm going to look at the things 1 through 10. Okay, I found one article and just copy and paste. No, you got to really make sure whatever you're presenting to the higher ups of the internship is of great work. So just a few other things. And then, I'm sure people don't want to hear me just talk for hours and hours and hours and bloviate. I want to answer your guys' question. I think the other things that are important is having a critical voice. And what I mean by that is contacting program directors, contacting or making connections with someone that is in the profession that will review your tapes and give you feedback. The worst thing, and you can be doing the greatest work in the world, but the worst thing is if you're just doing segment after segment after segment and no one's giving you feedback on how to get better. And I'll even, say it in here because a lot of people know John DiCarlo. John was instrumental when I was in college of giving me feedback. And feedback is positive. Feedback can be negative, but I remember a conversation to this day. And John said, yes, the national stuff that you do at WHIP is great for us. But if you really want to make a great impact on the Temple community, you got to cover Temple sports. That's where the people in WHIP, their greatest, the listening audience is going to be more so people that are there for Temple athletics on a college radio station. And hey, you may get feedback sometimes, and it has happened everywhere. I get feedback from my bosses sometimes, and I'll roll my eyes at it, and not directly to their face, but I'll roll my eyes at it and say, they don't know what they're talking about. But then if you are honest with yourself and if you're willing to listen, you may say that, yes, that feedback is actually the correct thing. And, I'd be lying to myself when I was getting some of these national names on WHIP, and John reached out to me and he said, you should really try to do more with the Temple community and, try to get on Fran Dunphy, build up those connections and all that. And at first I said to myself, as John just messaged me that he loves me. But at first I said to myself, like, oh, like what kind of criticism is that? But he was 1,000% right. And, I thought our show when we were juniors and seniors got better because we realized the listening audience is more so, as much as it's fun to talk about the Eagles and the Flyers and the Sixers, where you were, the listening audience was more so Temple. So I think having that critical voice, whether it's in college or even having multiple critical voices that are professional, is very important. And then the last two things that I'll say is personality in sports. It's a sports talk radio segment, session. Personality is the number one thing. You could know every statistic in the world and know every college that every player went to, it doesn't mean a damn thing if you can't captivate an audience. I know for sure that there are people that know more statistics than me, that will know about the history of the 1968 baseball team that no one cares about right now. I'm not saying that knowledge isn't important, but if you can't entertain and if you can't have a personality, then you're not going to make it in sports talk radio, because anyone can get on the air for the opening segment and recap last night's game. But how do you keep up that energy, and how do you make people want to keep on listening to you for the other 3 hours and 40 minutes of your sports talk radio program? And don't be afraid, if you say something at the top of the show, to go back to it in a similar way, but a little different perspective, and tweak it, not changing your content later on in the show, because as in this Zoom session, you could bounce around, go from place to place. That's what radio listeners do. They may be listening to you for 6 minutes at 3 p.m. and then at 6 p.m. you have a whole new audience. So I think the personality part, people you sometimes say, oh, you're a journalist. I'm not a journalist. It is not my job. Yes, I like to take some of the principles of journalists, but it's not my job to be neutral. My job is to give my opinion, and I try to be fair, but you have to give your opinion and pick a side when you're in sports talk radio. And then the final thing that I think is so important is just treat people the right way. And I know that's kind of like a generic rule that we should all live by, but there are a lot of people in any media business that they don't treat people the right way. And what I mean by that, it not only goes for your colleagues, and I kind of have an environment on my show where it's we, even though it's a Zach Gelb show, it's not I. Like I will never say the word I, like this is my show, we're doing it this way, unless if it's ingested and stuff like that. But I try to make everyone from the producer to the board op to the guy that does the sports flashes to my bosses all incorporating their ideas, because I have a list of topics, and at the end of the day, I will be the one that has the final say on things. However, it's a team effort, and it's a we effort in order to structure the show. I'll come into work and I'll have my list of topics, and I'll say, guys, all right, my producer Ryan, what are your list of topics? And we collaborate, and then we have one total rundown at the end, which will sometimes you'll rip up right before the show when you have breaking news and stuff like that. But it really is a team effort. And I think when you're on a team that has a healthy environment and the host is not a maniac that is only caring about himself, I do then think that the people you work with will then put in more effort because they actually enjoy showing up to work. And then it's networking too. When I have a guest on, yeah, I'm not saying I keep in contact with that guest 24/7, but for example, Bruce Arians, I think we were the only show across the country that had Bruce Arians on the Monday after they punched their ticket to the Super Bowl. I would like to think that the reason why Bruce Arians elected to do our show that day is because I'll text him at Thanksgiving, hey, happy Thanksgiving. I'll text him on his birthday, hey, happy birthday. I'll check in when the pandemic started, how's your family doing? And you build those relationships where people don't roll your eyes and say, oh yeah, I have to go on that show today and do an interview. But they say, wow, I'm excited to do that interview because there's a relationship, and then you get more honest answers. I'll give one other anecdote here, and just to kind of wrap it up before, I'll answer questions. Matt Rule, when he was the coach here at Temple, we had a great, my radio partner, Chase Sr. at Temple, we had a great relationship with Matt. I think a big reason why Matt respected us so much is not only because he saw the work that we were putting in and he understood that we were students, and Matt's just a tremendous human being. But after he joined us in studio, he told us how they just had the birth of one of his daughters, and we got him a baby gift. And that's something that people remember. Doc Emmerich once, I brought him for Christmas. He talks about peanut butter, how he keeps his energy levels up. I bought him a jar of peanut butter. You got to do things that make you stand out and people remember you. And then I do believe that this industry, even though it can be selfish at times, it has the potential to be very giving, and people will then give back and reciprocate, when they've seen you kind of grow and they develop those relationships. So in short, I'll just give you the quick elevator pitch here. From Long Island, went to Temple, graduated in 2016. Then right out of college, I was hired as a program director and the afternoon drive host for a 1,500 watt station. I looked into it, covering an event with a buddy of mine from Temple, and it was the coaches, or it wasn't coaches cancer, it was the Big Five Hall of Fame, the Philly Big Five Hall of Fame event. And my friend said, I'm going to interview for a job. I'm not really interested in radio. I'm more of TV, but you would be perfect for this job. So I called that company, and they go, oh, you're already on our radar because of a connection I made through Temple, Tom McCarthy. Tom did this job 20 years ago. And Tom said, if you want a young go-getter, you should hire Zach. So I didn't even know that Tom did that. I interviewed, got the job, and I was there for about a year and 8 months. And I was sending my tapes out still because, you know, it's a tremendous platform, but you're always looking for the bigger and better next thing. And during that year, I sent my tape out, or about to start the second year of the job. I sent my tape out to Matt Nahagan at 97.5 The Fanatic. They hired me to do the Philadelphia Eagles post-game show the year they won the Super Bowl. And getting that opportunity and doing that show when I was at the Super Bowl, little did they know I was interviewing for a job with CBS Sports Radio, because the Super Bowl Radio Row, it's a big networking event where all the stations are there. And then CBS Sports Radio hired me. I did weekend overnights for about probably a year and 7 months, year and 8 months as well. And you got to sacrifice, you know, the social life. I know there's not really much of a social life these days, but you sacrifice the social life of having to be on the air Friday through Saturday on the overnight, Saturday through Sunday. And if you take advantage on that platform, it pays off immensely. We made national headlines on that platform, and there's people listening to you from 2 to 6 a.m., 11 to 3 on the West Coast. But you have to treat those opportunities, even though it's a big opportunity for someone my age, as if it is the prime time. You're on the biggest network in the country. And if you put that work in for everything you do, then people really recognize, wow, this guy has this, this, and this, or this girl has this, this, and this on her resume. I'll take an opportunity on him or her. And then through that job, I was waiting and waiting and waiting for a promotion off the weekend overnights. And eventually Sirius came calling, and Sirius, they hired me 5 days a week. It was part-time. And Sirius said, we'll have you 3 days a week on Mad Dog Sports Radio, 2 days a week on NFL Network. Now, there's no contract or anything, but when I left CBS Sports Radio after a month, they called me back a month later, and they said, we have a full-time gig Monday through Friday, 6 to 10. And that's where I'm currently at. So that's kind of the pitch. Those are just kind of the few bullet points of advice that I give to people trying to do this for a living one day. And, you know, I'll answer whatever questions you guys have or girls have, and, you know, be good to go and try to get as most of this as possible for you guys and girls, you know, out of it as possible. So ask me whatever.
It looks like Ray Dunn's got his hand up if we want to go to him.
Sure. Am I clicking that or you are?
I'm good to just jump in.
Oh, you can just jump in.
All right.
See, This is what I learned about myself. I'm really stupid when it comes to technology. So I've been on thousands of these. You could
Zach, I can just call on people if you'd like.
Yeah, let's do that. What do you got, Ray?
Hey, Zach, my question here is more about finding that authentic voice. You finding that personality and having it drive the show and drive what you do. What did you do and how did you find that personality and that authenticity? Because it sounds, I've listened back to your WHIP stuff, being that I work at WHIP. It sounds like you that very early on. What kind of drove that, and where did that come from?
So I think two things. One, seeing it be done was so beneficial, and seeing Angelo entertain 3 days a week when I was his intern made you think of different things. And also, it was taught to me at a young age by a program director by the name of Eric Spitz. Radio, it's a textbook. And what he meant by that, because when he said it, I had no clue what he meant, and then he explained it, it's free to anyone to open up a textbook. The radio is always there to everyone. You get in a car, now on your cell phones, you have applications, listen. Now, you got to find your own voice, but I think I kind of take, because this is all recycling this business, from things that I've heard And I try to find my own brand and way of doing it, but I'll recycle things that I've heard from Mike Francesa, Craig Carden, Angelo Cataldi, on and on and on. And it just kind of sticks in your brain. So for example, when some guy called me up in the middle of the pandemic and said, "Oh, Scott Gelb, you're the greatest radio show host I've ever listened to." And all right, I could have jumped in right away and said, "My name's Zach." But I remember listening once to Craig, and this is what Craig did when someone called him Chris. He did a kind of a name game quiz across the entire network. So I said to him, I go, "What show do you love listening to?" He goes, "The Scott Gelb Show. It's the greatest show in the world." And I go, "Oh, great." I go, "Yeah, just wondering. I want to see how many of the other shows you listen to on CBS Sports Radio. I'll give you the last name. You give me the first name." So I would say Lawrence. The guy said Amy, Barber, Tiki, Tierney, Brandon, Amanda Laura, Damon. And then I go, "Gelb." He goes, "Scott." And it was a funny bit. And I took that basically from what I was growing up listening to Craig. And then I told him, "Hey, my name's not Scott, it's Zach." And, we had one of those moments. So I think it's like little things like that. And don't be afraid to talk about yourself. Yeah, don't read the Twitter comments. Don't read the Instagram posts where people say, "Oh, your show sucks. Oh, you spent 10 minutes talking about food." Listeners want to relate to you. You have to be relatable. So yes, on the Monday after the Super Bowl, I'm not getting on the air talking about how much I love Mama's cheesesteaks or D'Alessandro's cheesesteaks. But if someone calls me up from Philly and we happen to have a conversation about cheesesteaks, those are things that people remember. I have people, we're on in Oregon. People call me from Oregon. I once went on a vacation to Oregon. I bring up Multnomah Falls. When we talk about Wisconsin and the Packers, I led this charge to keep Giannis Antetokounmpo in Milwaukee. And I had this hashtag, keep the Greek Freak sign the Supermax. And when it ended, I put it out a video like, "Let's go drink spotted cows," and things like that. That's the name of the beer there. So I think it's just knowing all the areas and knowing what's going on in the world. But also, once again, when you're kind of stirring up the pot, and if you're the cook, let's say in this example, the sports do need to rise up to the top, but you need all that other stuff in the ingredients to make a good sauce. And that's where the personality stuff, I think, kind of factors in.
And can I get a quick follow-up to that? Just in terms of the relationships you've built throughout, you talk about like reaching out. I always find that I want to toe the line of not, infringing too often, but, checking in and making sure that I have those professional relationships that obviously one can help me and two can be, entertaining guests. How have you gone about towing that line to being, a professional in it and not overstepping?
Well, some people, they end up becoming friends. So it's less awkward to reach out to them. And then you feel bad sometimes asking them, but I think they kind of get it. I think it's just the little things, I think it's sincere when I do it, but hey, on Thanksgiving, I get up and I text a bunch of people, "Happy Thanksgiving." And I don't text everyone in my phone book, but I do it to the people that, I genuinely care for. And I think that they've been kind to me in the past, or if it's their birthday and it comes up on Facebook, send them a little note. But I wouldn't be afraid to reach out. Remember, if someone doesn't respond to you, that's the worst thing that could happen. And then it wasn't meant to be, or maybe that they remember that later down the road. Trying to get guests. I'll never forget, everyone knows Rob Gronkowski. The way I got Rob Gronkowski on my high school radio show was I Facebook messaged him. It was his rookie year. He responded back. Boom. You have like a guy like that will always remember that from the millions of people he meet. He'll remember, "Oh yeah, that's the kid that I responded to on when he was in high school." And for some people, they like to see how you grow and they remember that. Jim Nance will come on with us whenever we ask him because he remembers us interviewing him at Temple before Temple had an NCAA tournament game where Victor Oladipo ripped the heart out of all of our Owls fans. So I think it's just things like that. Don't be too obnoxious. Don't abuse the relationship, but just check in with people and don't be afraid to use social media. You never know. Yeah, you may send an Instagram message and most likely the person's not going to get back, but there's a chance that they do end up responding.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Zach.
Yeah, thanks, Ray.
All right, let's go with Dom here.
Sure, Dom. What's happening?
What's up, Zach? So like Ray said, he was listening to some of your old WHIP stuff. I watched the Matt Rule Weekly. Me and Ray actually anchored the version of that this year, so I think that's pretty cool that we have that connection. But I'm very interested in TV, but I'm definitely not opposed to radio. Was it like a conscious decision for you, or is it something that just kind of happened going from TV to radio, or was it just always radio?
I never had any interest, not that I would not do TV. Like I did it at Temple, for example. You know, everything's going digital now. Radio is just what I fell in love with. My dad was the first producer for Mike and the Mad Dog. That's how me and my dad bonded through sports as kids, was through the radio. So I always just fell in love with it. And here's what I love the most about radio. There are time constraints clearly in anything, but you could be yourself. I don't need to sit in front and hey, there's a lot of people that do this great, but I don't need to write out the whole show and put it out right in front of a teleprompter for me. To me, that's just not fun. That's just not me. I like to sit behind the microphone. I come prepared. And sometimes you say things that you don't like the way that you say it. It happens. But there's a lot of times where you think, that wasn't great. And people then end up loving it. So I think the nice part about radio, it's the most free kind of medium and platform, and it lets you be yourself. It lets you be zany, and you never know where it's going to go. Heck, when we open up the phone lines, I truly never know where it's going to go and what people are going to say. But yeah, you're in control. You're driving the train, and that's why I kind of like it the most, because I think it's the most authentic medium and genuine medium as well.
Thank you, Zach.
Yep. Thanks.
All right, next up, Josh.
Hey, Zach. I was just wondering, I mean, you have all these contacts, and I've tried reaching out to a few people and I haven't really gotten anything back. Is it just persistence, or do you have like some tricks or anything like that to just getting some of those big guests on your shows? And specifically when you were in Temple, I mean, I know now you've built up the rapport.
Yeah. So I think networking with producers, massive. And there's a lot of producers, hey, I'll give you a number. You give me a number. If they ask you where you got it, I just was in my station's Rolodex, like things like that. Or there will also be times where I think a big way that I got a lot of these networking opportunities is just stalking, as weird as it sounds, Twitter. You know, we had Steve McClendon on from the Bucks the other day. I woke up one day and I saw a tweet from a PR person about Steve McClendon, and I messaged that PR person just on the fly the other day. And I said, do you represent Steve? And she said, yeah. I go, you want to book him on WFAN and CBS Sports Radio? She said, absolutely. And then boom, you got it that way. So, I think it's once you're in a building somewhere, here's another tip that I don't know if program directors will love it. Every radio station has a call screener. I said this to someone the other day. CC Sabathia was on with us, and we had a fill-in producer. I said to the fill-in producer, you want to be a full-time producer one day, right? And he said, yes, absolutely. I go, what's sitting right in front of you? He goes, the call screener. I go, the number of the guest is right there. Write the number down. Now, don't give it out to 3,000 people. Don't even give it out to anyone if you don't want to. But write the number down, and then you never know. You could be filling in 4 months from now, and the host may say, man, we don't have the guest today. We really need a guest. And there's a lot of producers. I use my producers to book guests, but I really take a hold of doing the guest booking. But there's a lot of producers that when you're a producer, it doesn't matter if you have 30 years of experience or no experience, that host is relying on you to get the guest. So maybe that contact that you did jot down, you end up reaching out. They may say yes, they may say no, but if they say yes, wow, look, you got CC Sabathia on the show. And then someone goes, oh yeah, I'll remember that kid when they're trying to promote them, further down the road.
Thanks, Zach.
Yep, no problem. Thanks, Josh.
All right, Eric's up next.
Hey, Mr. Gelb, thank you for talking to us today. It's a pleasure getting to speak to you. And my question was more geared towards Temple, and I was interested in learning about what were the opportunities and perhaps the classes you found the most beneficial, the most authentic to where you are in the professional field of broadcasting and radio today.
Yeah, I'm not just going to say this because they're running this session, but John DeCarlo's sports writing class and Matt Fine's Owl Sports Update class. And the reason why I say that, they provided reps. The most important thing, if you're trying to get a job, is reps. And what I mean by that, having articles, having on-air content, having TV segments. If you don't have the reps, no one's just going to hire you because, oh, you have this degree, or you have that degree, and put you on the air right away. So even if it's just you in your bedroom doing a sports talk radio show where no one's listening to it, those are reps, and that could be tape that can be used to get you a job. So I think from Matt and John's class, those were reps that were beneficial. Like I took some history of radio class in college. I may have I passed the class, but I didn't care what the grade was. I didn't care if I got an A or a B. Now it's important because you have to pass those classes to get the degrees. But I think my work at WHIP, Owl Sports Update, and then also my internship were by far and away more important than the rock class that I took. It was what was it? It was some earth science class. I will never need to use that in my life, but I needed to pass that class to get the degree. So I think you got to try to calculate what classes you take. But if you want to do this for a living, you have to get reps. And whether that's through Owl Sports, WHIP, the Temple News, there's so many opportunities at Temple for you to get those reps and have a leg up on other kids that are graduating from college and trying to get a job.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Cosette.
Hello, how you doing?
Hey, Cosette, how are you?
I'm good. So I guess to go off with what you just said, I know while you were at Temple, you worked with WHIP and Owl Sports Update. I'm a transfer student, and I transferred in fall of 2019. So I really only had one semester of like on campus life. Mm-hmm. And I'm nearing graduation. And I suppose my question is, come graduation time, once, if you don't really have concrete experience, but like you have the passion, like what can you do post-graduation that'll still set you apart if you don't have actual experience?
So it's a great question. What I think you could do if you don't have the reps, because not everyone knows, like I am someone that knew what I wanted to do ever since I was 8 years old. That is not normal. There are people that will go through college and not know what they want to do.
That's exactly where I'm coming from. Yeah. Like I've been to 2 other colleges before this and like 4 different majors. And
but
like
you want to do sports media?
I'm leaning towards that. I mean, media in general, but sports media is something that I would be interested in. As well as music. I'm all over the place.
Yeah, here's what I would do. It's the beauty of the internet right now. Try a podcast, or you don't even have to make it public. Download a free program, Audacity, do sports talk segments, use your webcam and record it through the FaceTime app, and do TV segments if you want, but record it, because you may do something that is extraordinary. And if you're not recording it, you can't send it to a boss that may eventually want to hire you. Or if you want to be a writer, watch the games afterwards, listen to the post-game press conferences that are on the television, and write a game story or something like that. So those are ways that you could get the experience without being in the building. Because now I would guess what the biggest challenge is in this world where it's like no personal contact anymore, very limited, and everyone's pretty much virtually learning.
More competitive.
Yeah. It's also more competitive, but I feel as if students, and I saw Matt texted me the other day what the Owl Sports did when John Chaney passed away. And it was amazing how everyone did that from home. So there are opportunities, but create your own opportunities if you don't think there's an opportunity that exists by doing kind of what I said.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Chris, you're up.
Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, Zach, thanks for talking to us. I'm kind of like I'm like a night owl, so I'm up pretty late at night, and I'm typically listening to sports radio when I'm doing it. And I was kind of wondering, because you said that you did shows like during the overnight shifts. Do you prepare differently for like a 2 to 6 a.m. shift compared to your 6 to 10 gig now?
No. The only thing that is different is you got to make sure that you sleep during the day, because then you're just a zombie at night and you're not falling asleep on the air, but you feel like you're falling asleep. When I did the weekend overnights, I treated it as if I was doing morning drive or afternoon drive, which are the 2 biggest spots in radio, because to me, that was the opportunity that I was given. So I'm not going to half-ass the show, or I'm not going to do the show differently if, just because I'm on in an hour where people don't think people are listening. But in a national radio landscape, you're on more affiliates at night because more people are taking nationally syndicated programming because they don't want to pay someone from the hours of 2 to 6 where it's really not rated for them locally. Now, I will say there are some times during the day where you don't get away with as much as you can at night. You will have some callers callers all throughout the day are zany, but you could have like a little bit more fun with those callers at night. I wouldn't say there's that much difference, but it just goes back to whatever platform, whatever opportunity you have, treat it as if it's ESPN's 3 p.m. show or CBS's 2 p.m. show, because people are always listening. I went into work one day doing the 2 to 6 a.m. overnight. I went into work at 10:30 a.m. to record an interview with Bob Wiley, who everyone, if you watch Hard Knocks, he was the offensive line coach with Bob's now a friend. So I could say this, he's, had the big gut and was like, huh? And he was talking about how they didn't stretch in world wars and how we won all these world wars. So why do football players have to stretch? When the Browns hired Freddie Kitchens, we had Bob on, and Bob did an explosive interview with us, bashing the hire. Then, 2 days later, people are asking Freddie Kitchens about it at his press conference. Donovan McNabb, years ago, I went and I put in the work. People ask me all the time at work, why are you here 12 hours before your show starts? Well, what are you, crazy? Because I'm trying to do content that's worth it, that I'm not going to have Donovan McNabb joining me at 3:30 a.m. on a Saturday morning. So I interviewed McNabb. He criticized Wentz and said, if Wentz doesn't get this team to an NFC championship game in 2 years, the Eagles are probably going to move on. By Monday morning, it was on every Philadelphia radio show. It was on the back pages of the Inquirer. And not only that, people were killing McNabb for it. And McNabb ended up being right, because now the Eagles are about to trade Carson Wentz. So it's just things like that. You got to put in the work. You really do. And you may have to operate a little bit differently when you're on that late at night, but I don't think it's that drastically different.
Great. Thank you, Zach.
Thanks, Chris.
All right. Up next is Adam Whittakind.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So I'm a graduating senior and I want to be a producer. I also transferred in, so like my real or whatever my experience might not, in my internships especially, I've taken the Al Sports Update and whatnot. But coming out of college, what would you say was probably the best thing that helped you get a job?
I would say it was the networking in college. I explained a little bit earlier. I had someone advocating for me to get a job that I didn't even know was advocating for me to get a job, and I didn't even know the job was open until it was at an event where I found out about the job. So I really do think in order to get the job, you have to have the reps, but also you have to have good references too. And references that are not just, this was my high school football coach, but references that have professional experience in that field. Because, my high school football coach could say, oh yeah, Zach was a great leader, a hard worker. But how does that make me want to hire you to be a sports producer? So I think it's finding those connections. And I think the beautiful part about a college and a university like Temple, there are so many people that are just in Philadelphia, let alone around the country, that have Owls connections. Like, just look at the Super Bowl. Bruce Arians, Todd Bowles, Lori Locust, Keith Armstrong. Temple's being talked about in the Super Bowl. They almost dropped the program, 15, 20 years ago. So that Temple connection is so strong. And if you have some people that have professional, contacts, like, for example, in radio, like myself or John Marks, who's a Temple grad, or a Mark Farzetta, they could only help you if you develop those relationships with them at like events like this.
Thank you so much. Really.
Yeah, no problem, Adam.
All right, looks like we have 4 more minutes left. So
I'll try to keep
we got 3 last questions. Let's go with Adam.
I'll shut up a little bit. All right.
Hey, Zach.
Hey, Adam.
good to talk to you. I don't know if you remember, I did an interview with you a while
Yeah.
back at the Penn State game. I just was wondering real quick with you. Obviously, you mentioned you want to do this at such a young age, and now you have a slot on CBS Sports Radio. You've had it. Is there a future goal as you're still grinding each and every day? Like, how are you right now with what you're doing?
I love what I'm doing right now. It's a great opportunity. And I just think you always think about what the next steps are. Do I envision myself doing 6 to 10 p.m. for the rest of my life? No. If that's what it ends up being, though, I'll keep on grinding and doing what I do. But yeah, I'd be lying to you if I didn't say I would eventually want to be on, in Philadelphia or in New York at WFAN or, which I'm hosting a show on in a few hours, or in Boston doing a main day part. Also, I love nationally because I have so much freedom. You could talk about everything. So am I so fortunate and grateful to be 6 to 10 p.m. at the age I'm at? Absolutely. But you're always thinking about those next steps, and you never know where you can move up in the own network that I'm in now, what it could expand into, maybe TV opportunities, or you get promoted within the company, maybe at a local level. So those are just kind of things that you think about. But, I focus on the task at hand, and I think having an open relationship with your bosses. My boss tells me, don't just wait for us to hire someone at a gig. If you think that you'd be good for it, tell us, because we can't just read your mind.
Thank you.
All right, we got a 2-minute drill here. So Max, next up.
Hey, Zach, how are you?
Good.
I don't know if you remember, I was hopped on your IG Live last year when Eagles took Jalen Reagor, and you said they should have taken Jefferson, but that hasn't worked out so far.
Well,
but
one of the ones I get right.
Yeah. I just wanted to real quick ask you about your reel and how did you put that together? Maybe about like your editing. Did you have any help? What kind of clips did you kind of clip your Outsports, your WHIP all together in one? Did you focus on maybe more than one of the others, or?
Yeah. So I made a reel in high school. Coming out of college, I had a reel for an award that I was trying to win. Other than that, since I got a job right away and then just sent out 15-minute chunks, I am the worst person then to talk to about reels, because I really don't, like, I have one, but I never had to use it really to get a job other than like a 15-minute chunk, because the people hiring me really knew a lot about me. So I would maybe reach out to a professor that would probably have better advice on the reels.
All right, Javon.
Hey, Zach.
Hey, Javon.
I'd like to be like you before the age of 30 on somebody's national TV or radio, daily show. And one thing I see a lot of people struggle with is repetitiveness. How do you deliver fresh new content without repeating the same content too much throughout a 5-day span?
Yeah, so we find different ways to approach it, like the Deshaun Watson situation right now. You could take it from the Cal McNair side of it, the owner. We poked fun at Jack Easterby because he was a character coach, and now he's running the whole organization. So we kind of call him the human hypnotist. There's just many ways to kind of go around that. And you have a topic tree, and you put the main topic of the day and how many different angles you could kind of approach and hit it at.
Thanks, Zach.
Yep, thank you. I think we got what? Does this shut off in 20 seconds?
20 seconds, Ramir.
Like, I want to thank you for being here. And my question was, how do you? I know you probably you got your favorite sports teams and everything with your national show. How do you eliminate bias?
And I'm just gonna shut off. I'm just wondering.
I think so.
Time is up. 45 minutes. Do you want to close out? No, we don't need to close this now.
Yeah, we can keep it open.
Yeah, keep it open. Now I gotta bounce in 15 minutes just because I got a show to do at 5. But if you just Sam, I'll answer that, and we could take questions.
Yeah, we're just getting like a minute warning, so I think you can go on for like another minute.
Okay. One more time. Sorry, my brain went in a 3,000 different directions. Ramir.
Oh, I said, how do you eliminate
the bias? Yeah. I try to be fair. I'm a Patriot fan. I hosted Eagles postgame the night they won the Super Bowl and beat the Patriots. It's not about me. It's about doing this show for, for example, my great uncle, he was a longtime Eagles fan. So I know what that fan's thinking on that night. So are there times where biases will show in radio? Yeah, they'll show, but you got to remember you're doing the show for the audience, and that's who you need to be talking to. So that's the most important thing.